We are live. Episode 501 is the Apologetics Sh. Expect probably a good number of interruptions tonight. It's been very busy, so I'm just going to roll with it and see how it goes. Announcements. You may notice some rebranding on the channel, some videos getting moved around, and I'm going to try this numbering system since we got so many of these videos, and it can be hard to reference like what I'm talking about if I'm just like talking about that one video from like, a year and a half ago with a random title, but I'm talking about conversations that I've had on the channel in the past and all that good stuff. It'll make it easier if I'm able to just kind of concisely number these videos, and then I could be like, oh, I'm talking about the half-hour mark in video 455 or whatever, and that'll make things easier to search up. So that's what I'm going to try to do, as well as putting timestamps in some of the videos, which has been an ongoing project I started last year and then kind of got laxed on. So this is video 501 for the purposes of what we got going on right now. And I had a few videos I wanted to check out. The way I'm running it right now, I'm kind of doing these reviews, especially when I'm really busy out here, like tonight. And, I have unlimited streaming hours. I have the pro package at StreamYard. So if anybody wants to come in and chat, just let me know that, and I can open up a StreamYard chat. We can have a combo. But I just don't, I just end up kind of like this morning when I did my 500 stream, I ended up just, responding to side chat, which is cool with me. I'm totally fine with that. But, on a regular basis, it's not the most entertaining thing for viewership. So, if there's nobody who's wanting to come in and tussle or have a chill chat or whatever, then it just seems more pragmatic to watch videos together, and then we can do commentary and all that good shit. So that's what I got. I want to look at a couple of the apologists tonight, but I'm going to start off with this guy. Let's see. I think I saw somebody there. Daniel, Barry Sports Highlights. Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Good evening. Yeah, it's a little early for me. I'm getting started early. It's a long night, so I'll be here for a while. It's my MO these days. It's funny because Q brought this guy up in the chat earlier over at Ginger Nation. I do not remember Q covering Jared Genesis. Doesn't mean I wasn't there. It just means I don't necessarily recall. I wasn't that attentive or whatever. But I recently started covering Jared since I heard about him on Drunken Peasants. So, interestingly enough, when I was thinking about doing this stream this morning, Jared put up this video. So I think this will be a good aperitif for the stream tonight. Atheists are stupid people. Avoid them at all costs. Oh yeah, maybe we'll just... I'll go double check the sound first. I'm guessing it's probably okay, but you know what assuming does to us. So let's do that first, and then come back to this. Boop, doop, boop, boop. How's my sound? Let's do that first, and then come back to this. Beautiful. All right. Nothing to see here, folks. Hope everyone's doing well this evening. It's hump day, Wednesday. It's the 21st? 21st? 22nd. My bad. The days all bleed together here.
So today, guys, I don't really know what to talk about. I just thought we'd talk about atheists, bro. Because I noticed that...
He didn't know what to talk about, so he's just going to talk about atheists, I guess. No hat, no shirt. You think he's wearing pants?
There's a lot of people these days that seem to believe that there's no higher power, that there's no God.
Yeah, it's true. The number of atheists worldwide is growing. That's been a true fact. Keeps steadily growing. The more informed people are, the more atheistic they become.
And to these people, all I can simply just say is, I mean, look outside, dude. Like,
is he really starting with a look at the trees argument? That's how he's gonna start this video. Just look outside, bro. How can you say that all this wasn't created by a magical, invisible being?
do you really fucking think? Are you really that stupid to think that this?
Are you really that stupid to think that all of this wasn't invented by a flying spaghetti monster, sir?
All happened by chance. This highly complex, fine-tuned universe, you know. And I'm not.
You said fine-tune. Now he's just like throwing fine-tuning in there without actually presenting the argument. He's like, well, it's complex and it's fine-tuned. I don't know. You got to be pretty stupid not to see, you know, the invisible man in the sky.
Saying you have to believe in a man in the sky, but obviously
it does. I mean, that's pretty much. I mean, the deistic claims amount to unseen, unknown, unseeable, unknowable thing, right? But, you know, the Abrahamic religions, right, the predominant religions say that it's a dude. And it basically, like, oh my goodness. It does, that's what theism depends on you having faith, right? In believing in the unknowable thing.
if you're not an idiot, you have to see there was a higher power that created this, okay? You know,
I don't think you would. And I think there's, I mean, by like IQ metrics, right? Like if we're measuring like intelligence overall, more atheists are probably gonna score higher on those tests, right? That's the way this works.
some kind of thinking energy, whatever. But whatever it is, it's beyond us. And that's the thing.
Whatever it is, we didn't do it, and we can't explain it, so therefore God.
Bro, atheism is just
So
narcissism.
how many of these has he done now? So he starts with the look at the trees, and then he was like, oh yeah, and it's fine-tuned, and so now what was this last one? Wait.
It's complex, fine-tuned universe, you know. And I'm not saying you have to believe in a man in the sky, but
What would we have to believe in?
obviously, if you're not an idiot, you have to see there was a higher power that created this, okay?
Stupid idiot.
You know, some kind of thinking energy, whatever.
Some kind of thinking energy?
But whatever it is, it's beyond us. And
Oh, yeah, that's incredulity, right? Like, I can't explain it, so let's go to incredulity. Like, look around, look at the trees, it's fine-tuned. I'm incredulous. I don't understand, you know.
that's the thing, bro. Atheism is just narcissism. It's people who don't want to believe.
Atheism is narcissism. I love that. People who will just honestly admit, I don't know, and I don't really believe that shit, are somehow narcissists. As opposed to the guy who's like, I have all the answers, it's right here in this book.
Believe there's a higher power than them. It is, bro. It is a hex from the devil, because Satan was the first narcissist. That's really what I view him as, because he was the first person to rebel against God, to rebel against a higher power, and to think that he's better. Lucifer's a little twit, you know, he's just a little F-A-G-G-O-T. Okay, guys, we're just gonna spell it out today. We're doing alphabet, kids. Sesame Street here. You know what I mean? Jared Genesis version.
Sorry, I missed a little bit of that. I'm actually gonna go back, because he was saying something. Hey, what's up, Lemon Pie? Good to see you. he was saying something right there when I walked away that I wanted to check out.
The devil, because Satan was the first narcissist.
From the devil, because Satan was the first narcissist. Oh, okay. That's kind of a weird argument. See, I don't want to call anyone a narcissist. I try to avoid these types of labels, generally speaking.
That's really what I view him as, because he was the first person to rebel against God.
But he said you don't have to believe in the invisible man in the sky, but now he's trying to make the argument for the Abrahamic God, right? Like, without actually doing it, he's like, oh, well, let's refer to the Bible.
To rebel against a higher power and to think that he's better.
He never said he was better than God. He's just saying that he's better than humans, right? Like, he thinks he can outsmart God at the human game, but that doesn't... Well, I mean, I guess in a way, it is challenging God's authority, but really he's challenging man's faith, right? That's actually the test.
Lucifer's a little twit, he's just a little F-A-G-G-O-T. Okay, guys, we're just going to spell it out.
That's, just call him that, Lucifer and Satan biblically are two different entities, though. I mean, according to every legitimate scholar I've ever talked to or heard from.
We're doing alphabet, kids. Sesame Street here. You know what I mean? Jared Genesis version. That's what he is. He's not a rebel. He's a loser. He's a coward. And that's just what he is, dude. And people who roll with him are also cowards.
Okay. Most atheists, not Satanists, right? Most atheists, if they reject the God claim, they also reject the Satan claim, right? They reject both because it's the same story, right? That most atheists. Now, sure, there are some spiritual atheists. There are some atheists who subscribe to Satanism as like more of like a socio-political movement, whatever, right? But they're not actually worshiping an invisible entity that they believe exists.
Because what is Satanism? It's simply just, oh, me, look at me, It's a worship of self. It's stupid. It's lame. There's nothing cool.
That's all that Christianity does too. Like, really, like, everything that you want from God, you want God to do for you and your friends and your family and your neighbors, right? It's always like, oh, I'm praying for my grandmama's, in the hospital, so I'm praying for her. Or, I want to get a raise at work this month, so I'm praying for that. It's always about what God can do for you.
About it, bro. Let me tell you guys something, okay? I love me some heavy metal, and the best metal I've ever heard is usually from Christians. Impending Doom, Demon Hunter, the list goes on, dude. And then you got all the Christian power metal like Divine Resurrection, Theocracy. I mean, dude, Christians are cooler. Let's just be honest. Sorry to take it there, bro, but it is what it is. We aren't filthy narcissists, okay? Well, at least most of us, but... No.
I think a narcissist would be a pretty clean person. As far as hygiene, not, morally, obviously. But
there's bad people everywhere, and Christians aren't perfect. I want to make that clear. I'm certainly not perfect, but I'm humble enough and I'm intelligent enough to know... Humble
and intelligent enough to call a whole group of people I know very little about, maybe nothing, I don't know how many, you're like, avoid the atheists, don't talk to them. So if you're not talking to atheists, how do you know anything about atheists or atheism, right? But I'm intelligent and humble enough to call them stupid idiots on this stream and not.
There is a power out there greater than myself, okay? And it's not just, the universe, okay? Unless you want to specify God as the universe.
Yeah, like... full on, the universe is God. Well, there you go. Problem solved, right?
Which, excuse me, I believe you could. I believe you could say God is the universe. And that's something that would completely fuck over the atheist. If you ever want to debate an atheist,
pantheism?
Tell them that. Tell them that you believe God is the universe. Because then they will not be able to pull that stupid shit on you about, well, the universe is infinite. You know, nothing can create something that's infinite. Yes, it can, bitch.
Okay.
If it's fucking
I knew this was gonna be fun.
God, if the universe is God, then it can eat my ass. Sorry, dude, I had to.
Eat my ass. He's so mature. See? Regardless of my beliefs, shirtlessness is not helping his position.
I know that wasn't Christian.
Comment of the
Forgive
day.
me, Lord. Eat thy ass. But seriously, guys, I'm making this video just to try to help wake people up because there's a lot of propagandists out there. There's a lot of narcissists who want to steer people away from the faith because, quite honestly, dude, the truth scares them. My trolls hate me because I speak the truth. I have the most lunatic liberals who love to gang stalk me because what I say threatens their ego, and they fucking hate that. They hate it with a purple fucking passion because they don't want anything to get in their way to believing they're their own gods and that they're, you know, infallible. Because
There's nothing about the position of disbelief that, like, if you don't believe there is a God, why would you believe you yourself were God? That wouldn't make any sense. Don't believe in supernatural stuff happening, right? Like, everything's just natural. So we're all on, like, a level playing field. There's no there in the atheist belief. That's what I don't, like, how do they keep misconstruing this?
Narcissists, dude, are very arrogant people, okay? There's a guy on YouTube, dude, he's fucking hilarious. His name is The Slappable Jerk, and he does a perfect impression.
Write this down, slappable jerk, I've never heard
of fucking Reddit, dude. People who use Reddit. Oh, it's so good. It's so painful.
I don't typically use Reddit. I think it's a crap show.
Good. To the very, like, Twitch, you know, face Twitch and fucking just the way that he talks, it's so insufferable, but it's addicting to watch because it's just so hilarious, dude. But it will seriously make you cringe, even more than watching a Jared Genesis video.
Touché, sir. See, I like a little self-deprecating humor. I can respect that.
You know what I mean? Cut my hair today, looking pretty fresh. I thought I'd go hatless, but...
Oh, that's why.
Anyways,
that's why he's shirtless and hatless. He wanted to show off his trim job.
Guys, I hope y'all are doing rad. I don't really have that much to talk about today. I was going to play some Clock Tower. I didn't feel like it because... I'll be honest with you guys, you know, I've been a little depressed. I know that things are going to get worse in the world. World War III is inevitable at this point. You know, I can't talk much about it because I'm pretty sure
World War III is always inevitable until we denuclearize globally. I don't see how it could not be.
Or that YouTube will ban my video, but the helicopter thing that happened, false flag. Okay, if you can't see that, you're truly a moron. I'm sorry, but we should all be able to figure it out by now. We should all see the signs by now, guys. Okay, Mr. President guy, he's still here. All right. Let's not get too into that though. But yeah, all I'm saying is this, guys. They want so badly for us to go to war, because that's what feeds the machine. That's what feeds the narcissist. You know,
I kind of somewhat agree with that, except for his overusage and, you know, broadness. You know, just like this calling everything narcissistic doesn't really say anything. But yeah, I mean, I actually agree with Jared on that point. There's definitely a machine, a higher order that we're feeding that makes war profitable for certain individuals who are already holding a great deal of wealth, right? So they're you know, it's like the casino. You know, they're giving you a little bit so they can take a lot and use it for their own nefarious purposes, and I do agree with that.
The people who run America are narcissists, the elites, the 1%. These are people who literally worship Satan. If you don't believe me, look up Bohemian Grove. Alex,
Did you buy into that Bohemian Grove conspiracy bullshit? I live, like, I could drive out there right now. Like, I'm not far from Bohemian Grove, and it's like we were just talking about that the other day. I can't remember who I was speaking to on that, but we know a couple people in the community that have like inside information about Bohemian Grove, and like some of it looks like slightly occultish or whatever, but it's not all what they paint it out to be. This is like just, you know, conspiracy theory bullshit. There's a lot of wealth, a lot of weirdos.
Jones, the CIA agent. It's funny how evil sometimes exposes itself and can be, you know, useful. He blew open the Bohemian Grove. You know, this guy whose family members are CIA, and you know, who said crypto isn't good. Alex Jones is a giant tool. You guys need to wake up. He's a moron. He's an actor. Okay. You know, I fell for his bullshit for a long time, but no. Like, this guy is opposition. And you need to understand, dude, people like this, okay, they're just meant to distract you. They're meant to keep you away from the truth. Even though they do spread some truth, they're not going to give you like what you really need to hear. Like, for example, investing in crypto, which you really need to do right now, guys, because I can promise you the dollar will be worthless. In just a matter of a few years, the dollar will be completely worthless. Paper cash will no longer exist. Which is funny because I've been doing a lot of like manifestation meditation on YouTube where you're like looking at money. It's like, oh shit, I forgot money's not even going to exist in a few years. But I guess I can just picture like crypto coins, you know, saying cryptocurrency. And I know Bitcoin isn't going to be around either, but you know, there's more than just Bitcoin. You guys need to realize that. For those of you who are hating on crypto, there's a lot of grassroots crypto out there. Like,
yeah, seeing some of that. I don't buy into most conspiracy theories. Good. Yeah, I mean, we ought not to. You know, people could spin up a lot of tall tales out there. You know, that's why I think a lot of this stuff made it into publication a long time ago when everything spread by word of mouth. Of course, you know, all kinds of crazy stories would be spread and misinformation, right? And it's like now we have ways to check sources. And yeah, it's like, why would you just believe every crazy story that some Yahoo spins up? I don't know. People have a lot of power work to keep it. True. See how that prediction works out for you.
don't fall for the hype about, well, it's all run by the system. No, it's not. Okay, no, it's not, dude. Find a way to hack the system any way you can, bro, because let me tell you.
See, you know, and I don't know, like, I know it's, like, touchy when you're talking about investing in, like, something like crypto, right? Like, because you really don't know how the market's going to go. It can be unpredictable, but at the same time, I mean, we've been leaning towards a cashless society for a long time. Like, we went from, paper, coins to paper money, and we got plastic, in the form of, credit cards and things like that now. And now just people pay with their phone. And so it seems like you just eliminate whatever, material resource that is you're using to represent, the system of value, right? Whether it be gold or whatever, notes, which is what we use in the U.S., right? And you just say, oh, well, we can just keep a digital record of that. And everybody's just so paranoid. Well, they're going to alter the digital record. But, the banks could have been doing that for, years now. They've been automated for a long time. So,
You guys something.
I don't know if I'd call it a totally irrational fear, but I think it's something it's an inevitable step in the progression of capitalism.
It's about to get bad, I really don't. I hate to say it like this, guys, because I know some of you guys do enjoy my video who watch me. My haters they scared them off, so they're not anywhere to be seen, but...
I don't hate you, Jared. I disagree with you, and I think you're silly a lot of the time, but...
It could very well be, just a matter of time before something happens. Not that anything bad's going to happen to me, but I'm just saying, I know this system is deathly afraid of my kind, and it would not surprise me at all if you had to have some kind of like...
He's a grown man living in his parents' home with posters all over the wall. I don't think the system is afraid of you. You're not in what delusional world is this guy calling other people narcissists? He's like, the system is afraid of people like me. Shirtless men talking on the internet in their father's basement.
ID to get online, some kind of jabby to get online, okay? Am I making myself clear enough? Some kind of stupid, anyways. I think you guys know what I mean. And I bet they will eventually charge you money to get on the internet. I'm not talking about internet.
Oh my goodness. Does this guy not remember America Online? And no, that was not so long ago. I remember it.
Services, I'm talking about you'll have to pay money to a completely different entity. They're very scared of my kind, guys. And let me tell you something, bro. Anyone who's possessed by the spirit of evil, by the spirit of Jezebel, fears me. There is a serious reason why I'm gang stalked. Okay, I know some of you can see this. It's
because you identified yourself as a minor attracted person.
Because I'm a huge threat to them. They don't like me. I make them question their stupid egos. And they hate the light. They hate the light because they are truly possessed by demons, guys. This is spiritual warfare. I am a proud soldier of God, and nothing will ever stop me. Nothing will ever stop me from this fight. I do not care how many haters I have, how much stupid shit I have to deal with. I love being part of this fight. I love it. And I regret nothing in my life.
Yeah. I had to walk away from that, but I wanted to elaborate. So I haven't seen the videos myself, but I've heard it from a number of sources. This guy is, identified as a minor attracted person and is trying to have that added to the LGBTQ plus flag or whatever, like some other people are now. This could be a troll. Right, that's definitely the inroads for a troll to say, oh well, if I'm attracted to minors and blah blah blah, then that falls under this category, and then that's just their way to try to infiltrate and undermine that movement, right? But as far as I could tell, this person made some legitimate defense for it, and that's the main reason he gets trolled hard on the internet. That's the point.
Being an internet troll is what allowed me to hack the system. It's what allowed me to fight evil. As stupid or as cringe as that may sound, a guy with his shirt off, his fucking poster saying that, it's the truth, man. I was able to fight by trolling, by hack the system. And it's actually got me, a fair amount of clout. I'm not saying I'm as big as PewDiePie, but I mean, when a dude like me can get 500,000 views on a video with DankNet, I must be doing something right, bitch. I must be doing something.
All those views are just people clipping and ripping on you, man. That's what he's not getting that part.
Something right, homie. Anyways, guys, that's what I got for you on this video, man. Kind of a grab bag of different topics, I guess. I was just going to stick with the atheism stuff, but anyways, guys, listen, man, a lot of people, I think another reason, too, that I didn't mention is because the reason they don't believe is simply they think, why would God allow all the evil in this world? You know what I saw on Twitter today? A really great post of two kids talking in an.
What the hell did he say a minute ago? I'm gonna check this. He said not as big as PewDiePie. He had less subscribers on his channel than me the last time I looked. So let's see now if he's passed me up. 231. Yep. No, I think we have an even number of subscribers now. Q just resubscribed earlier that I should be at 231 as well.
Well, and I'm sorry, guys. I'm starting to drag. This Starbucks coffee doesn't do much for me. It tastes delicious, though. I have to have medium roast to function. But anyways, yeah, 2 kids were talking in elementary school. Just ignore my fucking... Oh, Lord. We're going to have some glitching. One of them said, you know, why didn't God protect us in school from the shooting? And the other kid said, because God's not allowed in school. Makes sense, doesn't it, guys? Okay.
It does not. What about people who get shot in churches?
When you block...
God was obviously there, right? Just want to make sure.
God out of your life, why do you expect his help? Why? And I know some of you will say, well, what about Christians who do believe in God? Okay, well, you know what, man? The thing about God is we don't know his plan. You know, his plan is greater than what we know. His ways are greater than what we think. And as terrible as things happen in the world, it's just, you got to have faith, man. You know, God allows evil because he allows free will. Okay, and I know that...
Okay, he's like literally repeating every... I think this could just be the whole video at this point, but I feel like... But these are all, like, you know, deep dive arguments that he's just hand-waving. Well, you know, it's just... Look at the trees. How could it not have been designed? It's so finely tuned, but we don't really know because God's ways are higher than ours. You know, we just gotta have faith, bro. Yeah.
That may not be enough for some of you guys, but it's enough for me. You know, I understand evil happens because people are just fucking stupid, moronic. You know, selfish cunts. You know what I'm saying, for lack of a better word, or, you know, for lack of a more Christian term there. That's just what they are. I hate to say it like that, but most people really are cunts. Like, most people are very self-indulgent, and they don't think about the well-being of others. I've learned this in my 38 years of life. There are a few good people in this world. So
the problem is you know, the way the world actually functions, like in reality, you know, we all love to love our fellow man as we love ourselves. It's a great ideal, but at the end of the day, each person has to take care of themselves and the people closest to them, in order, like, that's why it all starts with the individual taking accountability and taking action in order to establish themselves in whatever society they're in. That's what they have to do, right, in order to thrive and succeed within that societal framework, right? So it's really, it's not just like this, you know, selfish thing, like you say, like there's a sense of individualism, right, that each person has to do for themselves. And there's even a saying in Christianity, right, that God won't do for people what they won't do for themselves, right?
You know, I guess my question to you is, why should God really give that much of a shit when the world is full of evil? And I know this is going to offend some Christians, probably more Christians than atheists.
Dropped a new video while we're watching. Interesting.
But really, my question to you is that, when this world is full of so much evil, why should he really care? You know, it is what it is, guys. I understand, too, that suffering is just a part of life. I've suffered a lot in my life, and I've also had good things happen, too, but I'm about out of time. We'll make a part 2 later. Anyways, guys, peace.
I wonder if was that the part 2? I don't know. Go look at it right now. It's back here. Presumably. Alright, we'll do this a different way.
Oh, that would be.
Ooh, they're live now. Love it. Oh, if you're gonna do that, let's see. It might not let us do this. So I'm gonna recommend this channel, Breaking Taboos. One of these. So we'll start with the first one. We're not going to go all the way through all of
Observe,
these,
test, and
but,
repeat.
there was
the
some
elements,
funny shit going on here. I got some laughs out of it.
Like gold and lead and uranium were all fours in the front. How do they determine that scientifically, other than appealing to one model?
Peek in the side chat here. Another pie.
Compounded upon another model, compounded upon another model. How is that scientifically demonstrated without generalizations? How was that done?
In a particle accelerator?
We use predictions. We use
I want specifics. I don't want generalization.
He says he wants specific. He didn't even let him finish a sentence. Like, and Darth is notorious for this. Jim Bob's notorious for this. We'll look at Jim Bob again later. We'll ask you a question, not let you get 2 words out of your mouth, and then interrupt you as if he knew what you were about to say. Every fucking time. Every time. This is one of the way they obfuscate.
We can use spectroscopy, for example, to look at the light from the sun.
Right.
To look at a sun. To look at the stars. Right? Based off of how the light comes to us, and based off of some other observations we can use to explain the different types of light that come at different distances.
Okay, so when we look at these stars through spectrography, okay, we can see that it's emitting light from certain elements. How does it follow from that the formation of stars incrementally compounded and built these elements? How does spectrography, demonstrate that?
So when we've learned about what elements kind of are in terms of atomic mass, we learned that the bigger the mass that we have, the more unstable that a particular formation
I don't think you're understanding
matter
that
is, right?
Okay.
It's super frustrating because he's breaking it down for him. Like, he's explaining it to him like, like he's teaching a student. And the man again interrupts and says, I don't think you understand the question.
I don't think.
Yes, he does. He's explaining it. You're not comprehending the answer.
Understanding. Okay.
Well,
if I do a spectral analysis of stars, that it's burning and giving off wavelengths from certain elements, is that inconsistent with creationism?
Not
in itself.
I think a creationist model can propose a reality.
So how is a spectral analysis of elements that right now are in the furnaces of stars, how is that logically discriminatory for deep time?
Oh yeah, he goes through this a lot. This deep time that he keeps it. I was cracking up on that.
You mean discriminatory for deep time?
Which means that it can only be indicative of deep time as opposed to special creation.
Well, we can't make everyday observations to support a theory. For
So
example,
of course this is one of the young earthers and all these people. Anybody who's like a biblical literalist, right, is going to use this argument. They're like, well, it's either that things took place over like this unimaginably long span of time under evolutionary theory and the prominent cosmological theories and shit like that, right? Or it must have been specially created 6,000 years ago. Like it's this either or, right? This is even science doesn't claim to like all the age of the Earth, age of the universe theories, right, are speculative to some extent, right? But we know that it has to have been more than 6,000 years, right? Human history dates back farther than 6,000 years. We have written text more than 6,000 years old. It's just, it's crazy. But they have to be like, oh, we'll argue against
accelerated growth, like
don't you understand? In the worldwide deception of the lie, deep time, it's one model compounded by another, and because it's so pervasive and held in wide consensus, you think it's scientific, like looking at a microscope or doing observation testing and repeatability in physics experiments or chemistry. It's not. So when Neil deGrasse Tyson said that this is scientific truth, it wasn't. What he was doing was he was extolling a notion of a materialistic explanation of the universe and pretending that this was science rather than it was a materialistic ideology posing as science.
I feel
there is a massive problem with explaining the higher elements, because the lower elements, it's not a difficult thing to explain it, but the higher elements you go, that they cannot explain their formation. But setting that aside, all that is a materialistic deep.
Just because we don't have a current explanation doesn't mean that one is not discoverable, scientifically discoverable.
Time extrapolation. It's not the result of observation, testing, and repeatability. It's just simply a materialistic conjecture to the exclusion.
Sorry, I feel like this video might be a little quiet, and if my microphone's too loud, you can get interrupted by too much background noise here.
And the denial of special creation.
Yes, we cannot.
Let me ask you this question: is the Big Bang a discovery?
We need God for that.
I have.
So these guys, whoever's doing this, they're cracking me up. So I was like, if this was in Discord, that dude would have been promptly booted. But he's over talking Darth, like on his stream, right? So Darth isn't hearing any of this. I was a little confused at first. I was like, how's this guy not getting kicked out of the room? And I realized he's just, it's pretty fucking funny. Is what he's saying.
Series of like these multiple models that you described. I have a series
is the Big
of them
Bang a discovery?
Why don't you agree with my?
It is a model.
That's right.
So
but children are taught, and it is talked about as though it's a fact and a discovery, rather than it's simply a materialistic model that first has an a priori denial of a biblical worldview, and is simply opting for eons of time, deep time. It's operating from the a priori assumption that deep time is true first.
You must assume
how do they establish that deep time is true?
And then everything okay.
How do they figure that out scientifically?
Well, perhaps I'd like to clarify.
No, I want you to answer the question. Do you believe in deep time?
My Jesus first.
I don't believe there's a reason for time not to have infinite dimensions. Sure.
Do you believe that the universe is billions and billions of years old?
I have no reason to believe it has a specific size of billions.
Okay. Do you believe in the Big Bang?
I believe it. I pray to the Big Bang.
As to the current scientific model of, do I feel there was a point in which there was very little space that suddenly expanded? Sure. Not what happened before that.
That's great, because even Darth goes back to this, and he's intelligent enough to know that Big Bang cosmology was brought forth, right? The idea comes from Christian. It was originated by a Christian who was trying to explain the origin of the universe, right? Big Bang is actually can be reconciled, I guess, like biblically, right, with the creation story. That's the reason he presented it, and then it just got taken, and any deistic claim, right, removed from it, right, because it's not necessary. And they were like, oh yeah, we can run with that.
I don't know.
Right. So you do believe in the Big Bang, okay? Would that take billions and billions of years?
Several of them.
I think, sure, yeah.
Okay. So scientifically, how are we able to determine that the stuff is billions of years old? How do they do that?
Oh dear,
Well, we can observe something has a half-life.
Download of data, and we have.
Are you talking about radiometric
I said intelligent. I actually misused that. I shouldn't have called Darth intelligent. He's educated enough. That's what I should have said. Educated enough to know that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, radiometric reads forward.
Radiometric isotope dating is based upon circular reasoning. You first have to deny and reject a young special creation. You then have to adopt. First, let me finish. You first have to adopt that the Earth and its contents are eons old before you can even attempt to put radiometric isotope table to work.
Yeah, you can't put
If the Earth is only 6,000 years old, okay, do the calculations from the alleged daughter element to the parent element, does it work? No, it doesn't.
They work 9 hours a day.
Because you can't count back hundreds of thousands or millions of years when in fact it's only been around 6,000 years. So in order to deploy radiometric isotope dating, you first have to assume at least one thing. What is that?
That my daddy is real.
And without which, if you don't assume that, then radiometric isotope dating dies on the vine.
Yeah,
what is one of the fundamental assumptions that you have to have accepting is true before you can deploy radiometric isotope dating? What is it?
You have to assume that half-life decay happens.
No, before that. You have to assume deep time.
Why?
Because if the Earth is young, then counting backwards to its alleged parent element doesn't work.
Yes,
because you only have 6,000 years. How do you count back millions of years when the rock is only 6,000 years old?
You don't know how Jesus knows how.
So
if you assert that
I'm trying to explain to you. I'm trying to explain to you the nature. I'm trying to explain to you the nature of circular reasoning.
Science, you don't know how it works.
So you have to listen to me. Okay. Before the notion, other than in pagan views of the universe being old, which is a separate issue, going back before the 20.
So in reality, like his argument here, this is what he keeps he's said it outright, right? He's alluding to. He's not actually making and like stating an affirmative, right? So all of his argumentation is to try to basically undermine whatever secularism say, right? So he wants to undermine secular reasoning. It's just the same thing he did to me in our conversation, right? He tries to come as if it's like an epistemic question, right? But he never actually states a claim. And then when he tries to say, well, if you can't disprove a God, then how do you disqualify the Christian God? It could be any God, and I'm not even making the claim for the God of the Abrahamic faith necessarily, although he is, right? But he's not going to say that. Right? He's not going to make any statements to actually back up that argument, because all he's going to try to do is dissect your epistemology and then throw vague philosophical axioms back at you just to confuse you.
Century into the 19th century. Okay? There were people who were creationists and catastrophists, and then there was an increasing number of people who were scientifically oriented
and there were a lot of
who rejected that and accepted deep time and uniformitarianism. Do you know what uniformitarianism is?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Uniformitarianism is an ideological filter or interpretive view that the features of our Earth, okay, will be understood in terms of not short catastrophic episodes, but that the topographical features of the Earth are to be understood and interpreted as being the process of very slow-moving processes that we are accustomed to today, called uniformitarianism.
Okay. Come back to more of this later. This is Breaking Taboos. Don't tell your friends, but do go subscribe if you're checking it out in real time. All right, let's go over here. This will be our main showcase of the night, I think. Something I wanted to look at, and let's see what you got. The channel. Did he title it? Saw that. I clipped that video. Was it this one? Oh.
I don't want a theocracy. You simply say.
Okay, maybe this is it. Hold on, let me make sure. I'm gonna go back to the intro. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the circus. It was quite funny. In the history of all of debating.
This is not it. Okay, so the video I am looking for. So he must have made it private or taken it down. Because the video I clipped from where he's supposed to respond, which does not seem to be up, as far as I can tell. Yeah, because it came after this and before this. Okay. Maybe he made an oopsie, had to take it down, do some editing. Well, fine then. Be that way. Alright, well that kind of threw a wrench in my plans, but that's okay. We'll go with Speed's last stream, which I have not watched yet. Maybe he clipped from the same.
He's jealous of my voice. He had he read my comment yesterday, and he started to read it in his Ben Shapiro voice, because he kind of talks like Ben Shapiro. And then he said, "Oh, wait a minute, I need to speak like this because it's kept at this." So that's right, talk like a man.
Yeah, Speed was there in the stream that I'm speaking of, because I caught him in the side chat. So
did he manage to read it and like?
He read about half of it. I don't think he liked the second half of the comment. There's Scott,
the late Scott Duke.
Straight from Hicksville.
Over there. I was trying YouTube.
Okay, let's do this. No preview. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
And group of monkeys is
a cognition-based evolution.
But the whole idea is kind of a outgrowth of sociality in species.
Yeah.
And you see, there's those tests done among primates, about.
Hey, what's up, Todd? Good to see you.
About when you treat their members of their, I don't even know what a group of monkeys is called, but when you treat them differently, if you reward them.
I think it depends on the monkey, doesn't it?
The different number of grapes for the same task,
right?
They'll object, even though they may be given the higher number. If somebody else is treated with fewer grapes or none at all, the whole group objects. So
yeah,
and that smacks of morality and ethics, and even among primates. So
okay, are they not? They're not doing the Jim Bob video.
I know I'm butchering the retelling of it, but that's the general idea.
Yeah, at the simplest level, it's just animals forming groups, and fish forming colonies, and even animals that reproduce together and stay in the same place. They don't move very far. They would eventually become part of the.
Let's see. Forward. Okay, so we're not actually reviewing Jim Bob content in this stream, which is fine, but I was hoping he might have some of that video, so nope. Oh. I got something else that I was going to throw in here later, but we'll do it now, and then we'll come back around, because, we're winging it. Absolutely winging it. So it's down here, around, almost there. I'm almost there. I'm about to come. Oh, fuck off.
Getting angry at me. You call yourself a Christian? Oddly enough, Randy and I became friends. We'd stay up all night playing cards, throwing a roll of toilet paper around like it's a football, and of course arguing about the Bible. But I was still looking for ways to defeat him at something, so we got into the world's first ever fasting battle. It wasn't a battle for him. He wasn't trying to outdo me at anything. But I...
So, at this point, I think this dude's name is David, if I remember correctly. David. Apologetics Roadshow. He's doing this like documentary on himself and how he's so right now he's like having it out with his like high school or college buddy or something who was an atheist. Or wait, no, he was an atheist. The other guy, I don't know. I got this all mixed up. I haven't watched this in quite a while. I started this video clearly a long time ago and never finished it for reasons. So that's why we're here.
Certainly trying to outdo him. Randy would fast for long periods of time, nothing but water. After a while, I joined in.
Hold on, I need to, boom. While we're here, let me do this real quick and come right back. Beep boop. Professional streaming. Big Bad Mama now has a Blue Ranch, of course. And let's go back to the list. At least I can start taking some of these out of here. That's a beautiful thing. I've got over 100. I've got 197 videos in this list right now. It's crazy. It's crazy. David Wood, I think that's his name. The Apologetics Roadshow guy. I've actually watched a number of his lives now.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available on StreamYard.
After a while, I joined in. And whenever he would complete a fast, I'd start my own fast and then go a few days longer than he did. For our first exchange, Randy fasted 1 week. I knew he wasn't eating because he gave me all his meal trays. When he was finished, I said, all right, I'm going 10 days. I had never gone a day without food in my life. But I went 10 days straight, just so I would know that I had beaten the Christian. We went back and forth, with me always going a few days longer than he did. Eventually, he asked me, hey, how come you always fast a little longer than I do? Are we in some sort of competition that I don't know about? I said, no, I hadn't even noticed. Just coincidence, I guess. Randy fasted 40 days. He went 32 days on nothing but water, and then he added liquids like Kool-Aid for the rest.
Wait. He had nothing but water for 40 days? Is that the claim? Can you? I haven't looked at this in a long time. How long can you actually survive without any food?
Only that Jesus had gone 40 days, and that's why he picked the number 40. I said,
is that, I mean, without becoming like completely emaciated, like you'd be able to continue to function, right? Because like Gandhi, like he was in prison, right? So he wasn't like really like functional when he was doing his hunger strike.
Right? I'm going 42. And even 6 weeks of nothing but water and rage. I was going to beat Randy and Jesus. On the 11th day of my fast.
So you two are like starving yourselves now and expecting not to be delusional?
A guard came in and told me to pack up my stuff. I had passed out earlier and hit my head on the way down. The medical staff knew my mental health history and they thought I was trying to starve myself to death. I'm trying to beat the Christian.
Jail? Is this? I don't remember. I don't remember the whole story, so don't mind me.
They think I'm trying to commit suicide really, really slowly. But they had seen that I'd lost enough weight to realize that there was a problem, and the blood pressure monitor the nurse put on my finger said that I was dead. So I had to pack up my books, philosophy and science, and the apologetics books Randy gave me, and head to my new home. A cell with a camera where I could be watched day and night.
lost about 80 pounds from fasting. I developed a horrible rash all over my body. It felt like poison ivy. It's called shingles. It's caused by vitamin deficiency. I was having blackouts. I was getting tunnel vision.
Did he just say, hold on, I gotta go back a couple seconds.
Dead. So I had to pack up my books, philosophy and science, and the apologetics books Randy gave me, and head to my new home. A cell with a camera where I could be watched day and night. Living the dream. I lost about 80 pounds from fasting. I developed a horrible...
Yeah, I remember being in jail. It wasn't fun.
...rash all over my body. It felt like poison ivy. It's called shingles. It's caused by vitamin deficiency.
So he got, yeah, okay, I did hear that correctly. He got shingles from fasting and becoming, that's amazing. Wow, what a story.
I was having blackouts. I was getting tunnel vision.
That's what happens when you fucking start starving yourself to death.
The doctor at the jail said he was going to tube feed me. The social worker
He was in jail. Okay.
was talking
Yeah, I had to get caught up on that.
about having me sent to my third mental hospital.
Prior to this, I think he mentions like a high school or college buddy earlier in the story, so that he goes to jail and now he's having this. He's got like beat his dad with a hammer or something like that. I think that's what he went to jail for.
And when I wasn't reading, all I could think about was taking people out to the woods and peeling their skin off.
Wow. Wow. That's pretty intense. I mean, I think a lot of dark shit, but I don't think about taking people out in the woods and peeling their skin off most of the time. I mean, I've had some moments, you know, but those are few and far between.
But I found renewed purpose in my lonely cell with a library at my disposal and nothing else to do. I had a perfect opportunity to prepare for an epic showdown with Randy. I could study the Bible, put together new arguments, go back to E-Block, and destroy the faith of my friend. I asked the chaplain for some Bible studies. He gave me a series of studies on the Gospel of John with graded assignments. So here I am, a rapidly deteriorating atheist, sitting in a poorly lit cell, doing my Bible homework, getting straight A's. I haven't eaten in days, and I read about Jesus saying, I'm the...
Oh, he didn't set that up. Nature must not win the game. So, yeah, he's done this whole thing, like he's walking down the street, and then he goes into the subway, and then he's riding the subway, and now he's coming back up through the terminal. But, you know, clearly he picked these locations, you know. I mean, that's no coincidence there.
Bread of life.
Standing in front of that statement.
He who comes to me will never go hungry. I'm obsessed with liberating myself from a society that has me trapped in a 6.5 by 8 foot cell. And I read, if the sun sets you free, you will be free indeed.
Do you think those people standing there are like paid extras? Because you look at it, like the rest of the terminal around them is completely clear. There's traffic over there, right? But it's like they've got this like cordon off for filming. They're like, hey, can we give you like $20 to like stand here and pretend you're talking while I film?
I'm wondering how long my body can take what I'm doing to it before my heart stops and I read, I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me will live, even though he dies. Kind of creepy when a book talks to you, but what do I know? I used to think that cats were talking to me.
Also notice you can't hear any of the audio in the background. Like his audio is isolated there and there's music playing, but you can't hear what that dude just turned and said to the other person who walked away from him, right? There's like not a bit of background noise. Like how is that possible?
Lying on my back, day after day, reflecting on life and theology and philosophy, 3 things started to destabilize my entire belief system. First, what's called the design argument finally hit me. I was looking at a wall and how the bricks were arranged, and I thought to myself, you know, if someone told me...
A little bit of background noise. Also, this wall does not look like... Where are they coming up with the architecture for these places? This doesn't look like a normal feature in any major city. I'm just saying, I don't know. The background is interesting. I'm just very focused on that right now.
That these bricks went into this order by some process that didn't involve intelligence.
And it just happens to like coincide, you know, with the things he's saying. Like it seems to be like, oh, look, and I'm wanting to pass this thing, and then I'm making this point about bricks, and then look at the wall.
So I'd smack him in the mouth. And yet I believe that life formed without intelligence when the most...
Oh, here we go again. I believe that life formed without intelligence. So we're talking about, right, intelligent life, right? So intelligence is a feature of the living organism. It's not necessary to create the living organism. There are unintelligent organisms. There are more or less intelligent organisms, right? Like, so living doesn't necessarily constitute what we call intelligence, right? That doesn't logically follow.
Basic living cell is unimaginably more complicated than some bricks stacked on a wall.
Just because something is complicated doesn't mean that it had to have been created by an intelligent designer.
Why did I blindly accept the extraordinary claim that life arose spontaneously from non-life without...
Well, how is it extraordinary? Daily Quran, Islam is the truth. Yeah, maybe we'll look at some Islamists after this. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate your opinion.
Demanding some very good evidence. Second, I found out how Jesus' apostles died. Most of them went to their bloody deaths claiming that they had seen him risen from the dead. My explanation for the origin of Christianity had always been that
Jack came down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. Oh, it's like a nursery rhyme, right? I remember this one. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Okay, so we can stop focusing on it.
the apostles made up a story so that they could spread his message. But now my explanation wasn't making sense. If you're willing to die for something, you have to believe it.
I'm an atheist.
When a terrorist blows himself up, he's obviously sincere. So the disciples, the apostles, had to believe what they were dying for, but this means that they were convinced that they had seen Jesus risen from the dead. Now, usually when someone is willing to lay down their life for something, it's for an ideology that they got from someone else, and that ideology could be true or false. The disciples were dying for something that they saw. What could have convinced so many different people that they had all seen a resurrection?
Delusion, delirium, denial. The 3 Ds, yeah. They could be in denial of the death of the Son of God. They could experience a cooperative mass delusion. Right? Am I getting through to you at all? Like we could all just say that we saw a guy come back from the dead. Because of course, why wouldn't he? He's God in the flesh, right? But they could all be lying. It's not even that many people. Like 12 people is not really that many people when you think about it.
I could explain one witness by saying he's
small-scale conspiracy.
Crazy, but all of them? Something was going on here, and I had to figure it out. But I couldn't come up with any explanation for why they had that level of confidence other than they actually saw him.
You can't really make claims to know like what they believe. You know what's recorded after the fact, right? You would think there would be a lot more testimonies, right, from other people at the time, right? That's the problem. You need like sources, right? Extraneous sources that were not involved in the text, right? Like the people that are like, oh yeah, that dude, Aristotle or whatever. Like, oh yeah, there's other people talking about it in the same contemporary period who are not in that circle, right? Which is how we verify that this is what's going on. Like, it wasn't just this one guy or this one group of people who are propagating these ideas, because other people acknowledge the fact that there was a person out there. That doesn't happen in the Bible. That's what we don't get from Abrahamic faith.
Third, I started worrying that Jesus might actually be better than me. Now, if you're not a complete moral relativist or maybe one of the new atheists, it's probably obvious to you that Jesus is better than me.
I don't know what new atheist means. I think I've been an atheist since before they coined the term new atheism, but I'm not really sure. The timeline's a little bit fuzzy there. But, before all that, like, Four Horsemen stuff, I was already, listening to, like Carlin and Hicks and stuff like that. Like, I was already, done with any kind of contemporary, like big religion, right? It's completely, whatever it is, whatever the roots of religion are, like the church today, the U.S. Christian churches, the Catholic churches, all of them collectively, I'm just going to make a generalization, they are all bastardized, right? From whatever the core message, the ideology is, they are all completely bastardized, and they are exploited by capitalists. Right? Capitalists exploit them. Believe it or not, people will lie to you just to take your money, and they will do it routinely day in and day out. That's the way people function in a capitalistic society. So until you get rid of the monetary value of becoming a figure, a religious figurehead, right? Whether it be the pastor of a church or whatever, you take that out of it, and then you could eliminate many of your problems, right, as a people of faith. But they won't do that. Why? Because those people stand to propagate the message further in a way that most people cannot, right? Most people can't get out there and put, a sign, something on a billboard or a cross that can be seen from space, right? They just don't have the means to do that. It's not practicable. Right? Unless you throw a bunch of money at an organization that is going to make that happen.
I wasn't the clearest thinker on moral issues back then, so
you're still not the clearest thinker on moral issues. I mean, I would say not even close, sir.
Mind around this was very difficult. Here's the problem that emerged. I had two beliefs that just didn't go together. On the one hand, I believe that human beings are lumps of cells, meaningless lumps of cells, that everything we did was pointless.
Everything you just said is a meaningless clump of words, and everything you just said was pointless, because there's nothing in atheism, an atheist ideology, if you can even call it that, because atheism isn't technically an ideological standpoint, right? It's the negation of a claim, but regardless of that, even if you subscribe to evolutionism, you wouldn't say that I'm just a clump of cells. Like, one tiny fractional part of me is a clump of cells that's, combined with a whole bunch of other clumps of cells that all make up a living organism, yada yada. I understand science a little bit, enough to say that whatever you're saying right now is stupid. Like from the most lay atheistic standpoint, everything you're saying is nonsense.
At the same time, I believe that I was the best, most important person in the entire world.
That just makes you a narcissist, and not to go off the Jared Genesis, tangent here, but that is actually, like, definitionally narcissism, and I don't know a whole lot of people who actually believe that, but, you can tell yourself that now, right? This is like your sense of humility, right? I've heard this before. I'm a very humble person, look how humble I am, and, in a way that's, like, grandiosity, like, humble people don't actually have to come out and say that they're humble, right? Like, there's no reason to have to state that, like, aloud. Look at me, I'm a very humble guy. It's a non-humble statement.
How is it possible to be the best, most important, worthless lump of cells?
It's not, and everything you just said is stupid. It's nonsense. Idiot. I'm sorry, no. You're not an idiot, you're just misguided. And I feel very bad for you, sir.
If there were to be some sort of best person, that would require something like, a standard of good. And that would require something like God, and then someone like Jesus would be better than me.
I'm sorry, what the fuck did you just say? I have to actually play that back.
Lumps of cells, meaningless lumps of cells, that everything we did was pointless. At the same time, I believe that I was the best, most important person in the entire world. How is it possible to be the best, most important, worthless lump of cells? If there were to be some sort of best person, that would require something like, a standard of good. And that would require something like God, and then someone like...
No. Okay, so you don't need God or Jesus to create a standard for good. That's false. All you have to say is that good was like the most beneficial, like good for humans. Like they put a caveat on that. What is good for me? I'm a human. I am part of the human species. What is good for humans is probably good for me. You know, we can go by what's good for most humans. It's not like based upon your preferences, but we know that at least in a certain context, right? You'd say, oh, this is beneficial overall for people, and this is not beneficial overall for people, or this is harmful to people. Don't do this, this is harmful. That's bad. Do this, this is beneficial, that's good. And you don't need God. All you need is the context of a human experience that tells you that this is the way things happen, and that it happens consistently for almost every human. Right? And then you can get into the weeds about other things. But we can come to a clear understanding of what, like, harm is and what non-harm is. And make that distinction. That's very, very simple, and you don't need God to do it.
Jesus would be better than me. So my beliefs were breaking down at the foundational level. And once the foundations start crumbling, everything starts coming down. I went from believing that I was the best person in the world to thinking that I was the worst person in the world. And in a moment of clarity,
well, you're probably neither the best nor the worst person in the world at any given point in time, if you're even thinking about that. If you're like, because narcissists do not introspect on that type of thing. They just keep doing whatever they want and doing harm to other people regardless, right? So if you truly thought you were like the best person in the world, you would never think twice about that persona, right? And you just continue to operate that way and do whatever you want anyway, and so that's what you're really talking about, right? It takes religion to give you the ability to introspect and reflect upon your own behavior and understand how it affects other people. I don't know, that's cool, but I'm just going to say, I don't think it works that way for most people. I think this is a pretty exceptional case from a guy who was just, starving himself to spite somebody and thinking about skinning them alive, to whatever, point of clarity you'd come to, right, after beating your dad with a hammer. As far as I remember, I think that was the story. Kind of like, it's all coming back to me now.
It all just hit me, thinking, I'm a guy who once choked my friend until bloody foam came out of his mouth. I hit him with a shovel because he disagreed with me. I don't even remember what it was about.
Wait, he had a friend who disagreed with him, and he hit him with a shovel and then choked him until he spit blood? I didn't remember that part of the story.
I used to watch my mom's boyfriend beat her, and I wouldn't lift a finger to help her.
Probably a kid when that happened, I imagine. Like you felt helpless. That's a terrible situation to be in.
Not because I was scared. I was 200 pounds and I had a gun. I could have stopped it at any time.
No, he's 200 pounds and he had a gun. He wasn't scared. Could have stopped it at any time. He just let it happen.
Didn't care. And I was proud.
Didn't care? Sounds like a you problem. This guy is like, everything is like, a complete sociopath. and then I found Jesus. I don't believe it. I don't believe half of this story.
Of the fact.
I don't believe it. I don't believe 1/4 of this story.
That I didn't care. I thought about what I'd done to my family, what I was doing to myself. They brought me food every single day, and I was starving to death because I wouldn't eat it. There were other starving people.
It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
In the world, but at least they could think straight. I sat there thinking about torturing people. My skin was turning yellow. I was scratching myself bloody. What sense did it make?
You were in psychosis. Like, that's what happens. Like, what you are ravenous, right? You're a fucking animal. Your instinct is to kill and eat whatever the fuck you can. It doesn't matter. Like, that's what like, you can't base your assumptions off what you did while you were, like, what you did while you were fasting, right? Like, that's what happens. Like, your mental functions are no longer, like, you're not processing shit correctly because you are starving. You become a beast, right? You become a savage. You'll do anything for sustenance. That's all it's about. So, like, anything you did in that state of mind, that's like as good as saying, when I was on heroin, I did. No. Again, there's some, I mean, I'm not saying those are equivalent. Like, you know, starving yourself while sober, you know, and taking drugs are two very different things. But the point is that they can drastically alter your mental state and make you irrational.
To think that I'm the best at anything. When I was thinking about that situation, I just thought, you know, it feels like I've just been stomped relentlessly into the ground. And when I thought that,
because you didn't eat. You need to eat to live. If you don't eat, you start feeling like you've been stomped into the ground because you have no sustenance for the fucking body that nature provided you. God didn't give you a body. God didn't give you food. Nature gave you all that shit. You know? So you'd be like, oh, I'm against naturalism. It's all, but, you know, what happened? Like, when you found Jesus, did you eat some bread? Did you eat some fucking bread, David?
I started comparing it with a little hospital stay about 1.5 years earlier. I got into a fight with 7 guys. I'm not saying that to be tough. They won that one.
Yeah, I know. You got your ass handed to you. At that portion of the story, I believe. He picked a fight with 7 guys and he got beat down. Wow. Amazing. He's being honest for once.
I got one of them. He hit me with a gun, and I hit him with these guns. And then his 6 friends got on me and got me on the ground.
Okay, so this is all bullshit again. Thank you for giving me false hope. I had faith in you, David, and you failed me.
And then took turns soccer kicking me in the head. But I was comparing that to the situation I was in. I was thinking, I was okay the next day. I had scratches on my neck. I was dizzy walking around. I had my arm in a sling, but I was okay.
You had grown men scratch your neck? No. This whole story is bullshit.
Fighting 7 guys is a joke compared to what I was going through in that cell.
They probably put the boots to you, broke all your ribs, huh?
I feel like I've just been stomped into the ground, and when I thought that I felt like I'd been stomped into the ground, I had another flashback. One night I was walking home from a friend's house and a storm hit. There was rain was so bad I could barely see. Lightning was striking.
Like, why are all these stories in your recollection like they're like everything is so like it's Hollywood cinema, right? Like, you're clearly making this shit up. You have to be making this shit up. If not, like, you're fabricating it in your own mind, or you're just fabricating it purely, right? Like, it does. Whether you believe it's true, it's clearly not true.
All over the place, and I looked up and mockingly said, "Oh, is that supposed to scare me? If you want me to believe in you, better come down here and make me believe." I wasn't serious, but
I saw that in the movie once.
given my circumstances in the jail, I had to start wondering if God had taken it seriously. That normally wouldn't have been an option. I didn't think like that. But since my entire worldview was crumbling, I wasn't in a position.
Your worldview isn't crumbling. You didn't have a worldview to begin with. You just are a combative fucking prick, and you still are. Like, as far as anything I've seen from this guy in the recent past, still just a combative prick fighting for a different ideology.
To dismiss alternatives. But there's a problem. If there was a God involved in all of this, if right and wrong weren't merely useful fictions, I was in all kinds of trouble. Not just for what I had done, but for what I was. How is the worst person in the world going to ever do the right thing? There's no...
Definitely not the worst person in the world. There are people who've done way more horrendous things that than you have. Way more, like, regardless of whatever we can actually prove is true about you, which I would say is, any claims made are questionable. Citations fucking needed here, right? Like, to believe any of your badassery stories, which are, questionably, they're not badassery stories. It's just like you being a fucking crazy person, right? But okay, aside from all that, people have done way worse shit throughout history, and are still doing way worse. Like, you're not the worst person. You're not even close to the worst person in the world. To even imagine that is, again, like, whether you think you're like the most important thing in the world or the worst thing in the world, are both extreme ends of narcissism. You still have to be extremely narcissistic to believe either one thing. If you were truly either of those things, you wouldn't have to sit here and reflect on it and make some statement aloud. It wouldn't logically follow.
There's no magic switch that I can flip and, now I care other people. So how was I going to do anything right? And then it hit me that there are two possibilities. Either I'm violent and selfish and uncaring, and that's just the way things are, or there's someone who can help people like me.
Or you can just help yourself. Help yourself not be a violent, uncaring, narcissistic person.
I'm all messed up, and I just had to live with that. Or there was someone who could deal with this sort of thing. And when you start thinking like that, I'd say you're about 2 inches away from becoming a Christian, because when we ask ourselves...
What a flawed concept. And I think that there's like other human beings in the world who have overcome the same adversities. Like, you can look in history, you can read philosophy, you can find people in recovery circles of all stripes, right? Who have all overcome these adversities, some with the help of religion and some without, right? Like, and to sit here and say, but there was one solution and that was Jesus. My God, sir, just why? Why?
Out of anyone ever who had the ability to take psychologically, spiritually, and morally shattered people and give them new life.
The Buddha.
We get a list of one.
Nope. I got at least one more for you, because the Buddha has exactly the same claims. I'm sure other religious idols have the same claims.
List of one. There's one person.
And that's just the one person that you accepted, because it's your lifelong struggle to battle against Christianity and then become a Christian. Dun, 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 dun. Have I heard this story before?
On the list. He's the one who said, I am the door. If anyone enters through me, he will be saved.
This is the part where he starts proselytizing.
And will go in and out and find pasture. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they may have life and have it.
Not that he wasn't proselytizing before, but he's using like biblical narrative now. So
abundantly. I didn't know if Jesus was who he claimed to be, but I knew that it was Jesus.
You don't know anything about Jesus. You don't even know if Jesus fucking existed.
Or nothing. It was Jesus or nothing. If anyone has God's stamp of approval, it's the guy who rose from the dead.
But he didn't. Nobody rises from the dead. Never happened. It's all fiction. We don't have any corroboration of any of those stories. It's all bullshit.
History is filled with dead options. Jesus is the last living option.
But they did have other people who had claimed to have been risen from the dead. I mean, there were other religious idols. There was the pharaohs in Egypt. Like, they claim those people lived for like hundreds of years, and they came to find out it was just the same person, or a different person, same mask, right? Like, they just bring out the same, and say, "Oh, this is the new." It's like clearly not the same person, right? But they take on their name, and they wear a mask, and they don't know the difference. That these gullible, ancient peoples were like, yeah, okay, whatever, it's the same king, but it's clearly not, and we know that. The Egyptians, were astute enough to actually record in history when they faked the death, or faked the. How should I say it? No. They actually covered up the death of a pharaoh and then replaced them with another pharaoh in the interim, right? Until they could find somebody who was actually like leadership quality or whatever.
So I bowed down on my bunk, not sure of much of anything. And I prayed. I didn't know how to pray, but I prayed. And I said, God.
Everybody knows how to fucking pray. Quit your bullshit.
I don't know if I'm going to believe in you tomorrow, but I believe in you right now. If you can do anything with me, you're welcome to it. And then I continued with a kind of sinner's prayer that I'd read in those Bible studies. And when I sat up from that prayer, the entire world looked different. Like everything was a different color. For the first time in a lot of years, I didn't want to hurt anyone. And I had a strange sense that I'd somehow known the truth all along. God created the universe, but we're something special. We're created in God's image. But we reject God, and in rejecting God, we strive to twist and warp his image, which we bear. For years.
Are we back in Technicolor now? Sorry, I had to step away for a second.
I was willing to sacrifice everything for a kind of freedom, just a freedom from external control. It's a false freedom, because we just end up using it to degrade and destroy ourselves.
Okay. B.S. Lewis. Wow. Oh, welcome. It's good to see you. Maybe he's not as smart as he thinks he is. Doesn't Jesus come as a thief in the night? I'd say.
Tarnishing.
I think he did say that.
The image of God, so that we won't be reminded of what we are and what responsibilities we share. True freedom is found in not having this inclination and desire. That's the true freedom.
The true freedom is in accepting your slavery. Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
After I prayed, I felt like I'd been fighting. Not figuratively fighting, I mean physically brawling my entire life, and that I finally had a chance to sit down and rest. That rest never went away. As C.S. Lewis put it, I believe in Christianity because I believe that the sun is risen, not only because I see it, but because by it I see everything else. Lots of people in their testimonies will share their stories of what happened after.
That's such bullshit. I believe Christianity as I believe the sun is risen because I can see it, and by it I see everything else. So it's like, okay. So in this light, I can't.
They became a Christian. We can talk about that some other time. Right now, I just wanted to explain why I'm a Christian, and my reason for being a Christian has never changed. I stand on the words of the one who rose from the dead because there is no other place to stand. And just to show you that Jesus Christ is the same yesterday and today and forever, I'll conclude my story with the words of another Christian from nearly 2,000 years ago. The Apostle Paul tried to annihilate Christianity before he met Jesus on the road to Damascus. Shortly before his death, he wrote a letter to his friend Timothy and said, in words that could be echoed by thousands of other Christians over the centuries, I thank Christ Jesus our Lord, who has given me strength, that he considered me faithful, appointing me to his service, even though I was once a blasphemer.
Right, that's fine. That's quite enough from you, sir. War's Peace, 1984 crap. I was looking for Jim Bob's response to your video, but since I could not find it, I guess we'll look into this one. I already watched a bit of this, but
Where? He just said I won't engage. Where is he? Are they both 15-year-olds? Extreme cowards at best. Most are. Some engage. So to be fair, some engage. Most don't. Most stay in the comments where it's safe. Okay. There's someone, device is not connected, it says. If that's you, if Sarlacc is clicking a link, name yourself Sarlacc. Okay. I see someone else's name something else. This is not, the link is for Sarlacc. Okay. Thank you for your Bob chat. Appreciate that. I need to check. Some of these aren't showing up right now. It's a little bit delayed for some reason. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay. David Ramirez, $5. So that was shipped. Yeah, thank you for that. Appreciate that. All right. Where is he? Where's Sarlacc? Sarlacc, where are you? Jim Bob wrong because he's mean. Yeah. Where? He just said, right? What did he just says? What did he just say? I can turn the alert off, Megan. I want to turn it off. StreamYard, the Bob chats are going a little nuts right now. Where is he? Do you not get bored debating make-believe? Well, that's question begging. I get bored of retards like you staying safe in the chat and not jumping on and engaging with me. You get bored.
he put an eggplant on my upper lip. Come on, bro.
Bored with the thing that I'm asserting that I can't defend. So there, yeah. So we established, right? Who and what mighty Sarlacc. There's nothing mighty about you. You said I won't engage. I gave you the link. That's good faith.
Blah blah blah.
Because someone's
blah.
All that you do, and you're a pretty smart man. You're pretty bloodthirsty too.
Well, I mean, I like to engage with people because most people don't engage. They just kind of walk around aimlessly, doing their thing, living a sort of libertarian view. And I believe that there is a spiritual war. And so, yes, if bloodthirsty means exposing lies or false doctrine, then I would take that.
Well, what I mean is I've seen you sit there trolling people, calling them profanities, seemingly for the laughs of your audience, right? But who knows, dude, you might be making somebody suffer by doing that, and you do that very often by pushing somebody towards suicide. You know,
Is this who is calling him out here? I didn't even see who the interlocutor was.
You talk online could depress.
All right, shut the fuck up.
Oh, and he kicked him out. What a fucking douche. This dude's like actually trying to call him out on whether or not he might be, causing harm to people. He's like, shut the fuck up. Get out of my space. As he says that people are too scared to come engage with him, right? They stay in the side chat, and then he just, what a fucking asshole.
You're not going to drop flaggable words on my channel, dude. That's just bad faith, okay?
Oh, okay. So he tries to blame it on the fact that he used the self-skillet, right? Like, oh, well, maybe it's gonna hurt my monetization. It's gonna hurt my viewership. Poor Jim Bob.
Fuck off
with real world issues. Yeah, let's not use adult language here. Let's call people, big dumb potty pants.
Go fuck yourself.
And then proceeds to just blurt profanity because that's the intellect of Jim Bob.
You're banned.
Banned. Oof. Harsh. I haven't banned anybody from my channel. Never. Oh. Wow. Come on, man.
All you're doing is crying.
Come on, bro.
The words might cause them a tattoo. Shut up. Fucking idiot.
Fine representative Christianity here.
Sounds like a woman. The words might cause some. Yeah, no, there's no argument. You dummy.
Right. You have zero introspection. Now, this guy might be a legit narcissist, right? Does not know or does not care how his actions might affect other people. Just Zero. Fucking, I don't give a shit. Right?
Yeah, like tone policing. You might, if you didn't say the stupid word, right? That's a flaggable word, you idiot.
Because it's flaggable. See, and that's telling though, because it's like it's not really it's not about the argument, right? He's not addressing the argument. He's addressing the fact that it might adversely affect his channel on YouTube.
That's bad faith.
That's bad faith.
You're bad faith.
That's not bad faith. Like, are you TOS? It's a TOS violation. Okay, that's not a bad faith argument, and you're not addressing any points that are made by it.
Actor. Okay.
Fuck you.
All you had to do was engage in good faith. Okay.
See, and that's how disingenuous this fucking look at it. Look at that smile. He's happy he got to kick that guy off because he didn't actually have to address the points made in the argument at all.
Terrible take, by the way. Totally fabricated. Total speculation. Right. Totally emotional. You're an.
People are emotional. I'm sorry to tell you, Jim Bob. Most people have emotions, and they function in the world somewhat based upon them. We try to be rational creatures, right? But to function without emotion, that's a mental disorder.
Emotional mess. Emotional mess. That's a man. That's a man in the world. Can you believe that? Yeah, where was his argument? There was no argument. Words might cause you blah, blah, blah. What?
Have you ever thought about how your words and actions might affect other people? Do you care?
Jim Bob has never done this stuff again. These are all reviews. Do you have any arguments? Any of you? I would have let the other guy rant if he didn't say a flaggable word. I would have just asked him, have you determined that words, that anything I've said caused someone to do that? You're evil. You don't have a basis for evil. You can jump back on if you...
No, I'm not saying it's the most powerful argument. You just said he was banned. How can he jump back on? Did you ban him or not?
Promise to not say flaggable words. Can you do that? Can you control yourself?
Okay, so now you're flippy-flopping. You banned him, not allowed, but okay, you're going to let him back on if he doesn't say any flaggable words that might adversely affect your YouTube channel.
Can you control yourself? I'll let you say an argument if you want. Don't say flaggable words.
You idiot.
His words causing unaliving, repeatable, and testable? Yeah, I know. I mean,
blah, blah, blah.
So there's been in the recent past, there's been tons of media attention, spotlights on bullies, on what bullying does. And I've seen you sit there, berate somebody by telling them the truth about themselves. And if the truth carries so much weight, you should act like it a little more and then know what you're swinging around, which is the power of the truth. So with that knowledge, don't you think...
So this dude's like on his side. He's like, no, you're telling the truth. You just have to be careful about how you swing the truth. Which is still, I mean, I don't think he's right, but it's a relevant point. Like, you're affecting other people. Are you conscious of how your actions and words affect other people, or do you care?
You should be a bit more, soft when it comes to rolling out that truth?
No.
Why is that?
Because I don't believe you can bully adults. I think you're using terminology for children. You sound like a guidance counselor.
You don't think that adults can be bullied? What an interesting concept.
Okay, fair enough. I think somebody can be bullied at the age of 30, the age of 60, the age of 3. I don't think bullying has an age.
Really?
But it is what it is.
How do you determine when something's bullying and when something's not bullying?
Well, by their fruits. I mean, what it produces.
Oh, really?
The effect that it has on people.
So if I did the same thing to two different people and it produced two different results, but I did the same exact thing, one would be bullying and one...
Let's not use the word bullying. Let's just call it abuse, right? Bullying is abusive behavior. Can you abuse somebody at any age? Yes, you can. Any person of any age, gender, whatever, can bully any other person, abuse any other person of any age. It doesn't matter, right? Abuse is abuse, regardless of when or the context in which it takes place. We just have to agree that there's a uniform thing that we call abusive behavior, and you're engaged in it, and you're completely dismissive and desensitized to how it might affect your interlocutor.
Wouldn't?
No, not necessarily. I think then they would be person's upbringing. A person's upbringing.
Wait, that doesn't answer the question. I said, if you say I'm bullying, if I do that in two different instances and it's exactly the same thing, same tone, same content, same thing, and it produces two different results, one is fruitful and one is not, you're saying one is bullying and one is not, right?
Well, I would say that the one instance where, somebody did get hurt, whatever you were bullying them about was true.
So don't say the truth because it might produce something that you don't like?
No.
Yeah, so you concede?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, what an amazing conversation. This guy who agrees with me, but disagrees with me a little bit, now concedes to my point. Of course, it's man driving in truck, and not really having much of an argument. Like beyond that, he's like, "Oh well, he was bullying," and Jim Bob says, "Well, bullying is for kids." And then if I change the definition and just call it abuse, which nobody ever did here, obviously, because there's no real intellectual discussion going. This discourse is fucking bullshit, right? Stupid. You dumb heads. Poopy pants.
Bro, anything else? You said suffering is evil. Would you like to go into that? I'm interested in that.
Well,
I don't think suffering is evil. I think suffering is natural. It happens naturally. And I think that an all-loving, all-knowing God could have and ought to have prevented suffering. There's no reason for suffering to exist if design is intelligent, as creationists claim.
Suffering is evil. It is evil, but based upon, I guess, the evil it produces, right? If the truth produces evil, do you think that there would be different ways to disseminate that truth that might not cause the...
It's merely by describing where
God chooses to...
critique of God, I assume it's a symptom of free will. Wanting to suffer.
Actually done with this portion of the conversation.
You even caring at the pinnacle of luxury, I think.
He's going back to speed stream. Let's see what he has to say.
In some different Platonistic realm. Okay, so if they said, the truth exists, what category are they going to put that in?
Truth is an abstract concept.
Not all debate? Well, all you're saying is that I should do another form of debate and go away from what I'm really good at. So you're not saying anything, dummy. If I can tear...
His own audience. He calls him a... You're not saying anything, dummy. I would reevaluate what you believe that you're good at. Right? But no, don't, because we could continue to content like this. It'll be great. We could just do this forever.
People's views apart by questioning them, then I will do that. Do you have any? What do you think I should do? That's like saying, if a basketball player is really good at one thing, and you're like, well, basketball includes this other.
So aside from the fact that he's bragging about his exploits or whatever here, which he believes evidently are true, right? Arguably false. But aside from that, right, actually what he said there was acknowledging that what he's trying to do, right, he's not propping up his own system of belief, right? That's not his position. As I said earlier, same thing Darth does. He would rather make you question your own position and then leave you in a flabbergasted state, right? That's all they do. And then there's no return, right? There's no reciprocation. We're like, okay, now come to Jesus. There's if I can dismantle this atheist belief about X, whatever, carve out the thing, then all of a sudden, they would have to necessarily come to faith, right? But by doing so, they could come to any faith because they're not making any positive claims about Christianity, right? And so that was my critique earlier, and it stands true. And Jim Bob is acknowledging this right here. He's not making a positive claim about his faith. All he's trying to do is pinpoint certain aspects of atheism that he thinks can't be justified logically.
Thing. Are they going to suddenly go, well, oh, great, thanks, Tim Osman, a great nobody from the stands. Let me change up my entire thing. because you included that passing is also playing basketball. Thanks a lot.
That is without a doubt the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
You're making everyone dumber here. So does it exist or not?
I would say no, because I'm a nominalist about abstracta.
Oh, so what does exist from your view?
The physical realm.
But the physical realm is an abstract concept.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
No, it's not. The universe
The
is not
physical.
abstract.
See, this is where you get them. This is where you get these people. As Mr. J. Dyer's.
This is where you get them. They get tutorial for fucking bullshit apologetics. This is how you get the atheist.
Done many times. The external world itself is an abstract concept. Hey, no, it's not. There's obviously trees. That's an abstract concept. No, there's something out there. No, the physical realm.
All concepts are abstractions. Can you move ahead, please?
The reference is not identical to the referent. The referent is the object, in this case, all objects, everything in existence, quote, existence. The physical realm. I'm telling Leophilius now that the physical realm itself is an abstract concept.
Correct.
Hold on.
The universe causes things to happen.
One thing at a time. Hold on. One thing at a time here.
Let me check my script.
Okay. Oh, listen. Check my script. These fucking people. The outside world is a referent, right?
It can be if it's being referred to in a linguistic
It
structure.
is.
Yes.
Okay. Is our Leophilius now that the physical realm itself is an abstract concept?
Correct.
Hold on.
I think I might have to go back a little further. So, okay. I'll just go back another 30 seconds. I think the point's here, but he's talking, the referent is not identical to the referent. Right?
No, there's something out there. No, the physical realm, the reference, is not identical to the referent.
Right. So the words that we use to describe objects are not identical to objects themselves. Clearly. Right? We have a concept of an object. We have a generalization. Look at the trees. Are all trees the same? No. We use the same word, trees, to identify a number of various, species. There's spruce, there's oak, there's elm. They're all trees. The word tree does not specify. That's why we have subcategories of, the trees in science, right? We're like, oh, that tree is a bit different from that tree, and we're going to identify them and name them scientifically and then categorize them and yada yada, right? So no, the word that we're using, the abstract concept, is not the same as the physical object in any case, right? I concede your point, and I still don't understand where you're going with it. It doesn't, what do you think you're proving?
The referent is the object, in this case, all objects, everything in existence, quote, existence. The physical realm.
All objects in, quote, existence, right? Because we can't acknowledge a singular state of existence, right? Because, and this has been proven time and time again, Cerberus Hex made this argument, if God exists independently of space and time, then God must exist in a special state of existence that we do not comprehend or understand, can't quantify, can't measure, can't observe, therefore unprovable and unfalsifiable.
I'm telling Leophilius now that the physical realm...
No, you're talking at Leophilius and you're not listening to anything that Leophilius is saying. And I've already reviewed this stream, so I think it's interesting, right? He's coming back with this. That's just amazing. Amazing.
Self is an abstract concept.
Correct. Hold on. The universe causes things to happen.
One thing at a time. Hold on. One thing at a time here.
Let me check my script.
Okay. Oh, listen. Check my script. These fucking people. The outside world is a referent, right?
It is, though. See how you're going back to the same exact talking points, right? Everything you just said, you're about to restate now in the past tense. Therefore, you've already stated this position. You're being argued against. You're not responding to the contrapoints, and you're just restating the same argument. That is literally circularity, sir. Like, that is the most basic. You're not even restating it differently. You're making exactly the same argument repeatedly.
It can be if it's being referred to in a linguistic structure. Yes.
Okay, is our descriptions identical to the objects?
Are descriptions identical to the objects? No.
Okay, so there you go. If descriptions are not identical to the objects, then the physical world, the abstract concepts, not identical to the physical, the thing you're referring to. When you say
no, right? We have concepts, representations of the physical world, interpreted through minds, the minds establish a language, are able to communicate about states of the world, and then come to agreement about states of the world. The apple is red. Do you agree the apple is red, sir? Are the words apple or red, are either of those not mental constructs representing physical objects that are not identical? No. Nothing. It's a nothing burger. There's nothing there.
There's a world out there. Is that reference identical to the referent?
No, I never said it was.
Okay. Well, no, you kind of did, because
No, I
asked you, how do you, what determines whether something exists or not, right?
You haven't asked me that question yet. No, I'm willing to answer it.
Well, I haven't asked him that question.
No, you did not. You did not ask that fucking question.
Let me go back. I asked you the referent, our descript.
No, it's not.
What they define ontology, their standard for.
Yes. But they might be a Platonist, where they think abstract objects do exist ontologically in some different Platonistic realm.
Okay, so if they said, like, the truth exists, what category are they going to put that in?
Truth is an abstract concept.
Right. So Leo answered there. Truth is an abstract concept. The truth is defined by what we believe, right? Each of us independently believes is true may not be the same as what is fact, right? You separate what you believe is true from what is actually factual, right? Those are two different things. Somebody can believe a thing to be true and it could be untrue, therefore not factual. So your assessment of what is true is based on your knowledge of facts, and whether or not you try to mesh the two concepts, right, if you will, together in your feeble little brain there. Big dum-dum head.
So does it exist or not?
I would say no, because I'm a nominalist about abstracta.
Oh, so what does exist from your view? I just said what does exist from your view.
What does exist from your view? I exist. I think, therefore I am. I think that's like, there's no reason we can't actually harken back to that. And I'll bring it up again later. There's something that went back burner in my brain there. But this came up earlier when I was thinking about talking about stuff, and I didn't say it. But there is some value to referring to yourself. Oh yeah, no, I was watching Kent Hovind, and Kent Hovind basically made the assertion in this presentation he was doing earlier, where he says, oh, because basically animals can't see themselves, right? They don't have mirrors, they don't have reflections, that they are not essentially self-aware. They don't know what they look like because they can't see their own faces on a regular basis. That was his argument. That's actually what he said. Like on his channel in his own presentation, he was like, oh, well, animals basically lack self-awareness because they don't have mirrors. And I was like, let me think about that for a second. Well, I can see every other part of my body from the neck down, right? Like I don't need a mirror or reflectant of any kind to see what I look like, to know that I'm not covered in fur, I don't have claws, etc., right? Like, my head is mobile, I have these eyes, they're orbital, and I can like look at a wide range of things, and I can assess my own body type. I may not know exactly what my face looks like, but wait, here's something for you. If you go to drink from a pool of water, wait for it, did you know that you can see the reflection of your face in a pool of water? If the sunlight is favorable and all the conditions, you can actually see your reflection in a pool of water. Did you know that? Holy shit, what a fascinating concept, right? Kent Hovind does not understand or does not acknowledge that animals may, in fact, be able to see their own reflection in a pool of water when they go to drink from it.
Okay. Listen, Jim, dude, you're listening. Is the universe
Greek, not an abstract?
No.
So you're missing the point. I'm willing to answer it.
Something exists or not? So what determines whether something exists or not, right?
You haven't asked me that question yet. No. I'm willing to answer it.
Well, you said something about the external world, right?
I said that there is an external world. You asked me like, oh, okay. Then, and I said the external.
To ask someone what exists assumes that they already have a method for what exists. And it sounds like their method is like basically describing things into existing in existence. That's it.
The world
Yeah, I said that you said the external world exists from anomalous position, and mind doesn't exist.
Nominal.
Oh my god!
So I had to. That was like interesting factoid. I was like, I had to instantly recall that one. I was like, I heard this earlier. So no, you don't necessarily lack self-awareness, right? And so this whole concept of I am experiencing a thing, I make observations about this thing, they seem to correlate with the observations that other people make about their own experiences. And wow, we have a language with which to communicate and share our experiences. And guess what? They happen to be compatible. Holy shit. It's amazing.
See, no, you're missing the point. Nominalism applies to abstracta, not concreta. The universe is considered a concrete.
Concrete is also an abstract.
Not an abstract.
No, concrete is an abstract. The concreteness is
Concreteness is an abstract. It is abstractly concrete. For sure. I'm glad you like the clip, BS. Thank you. I hope he puts the original video back up. He said he was going to review it.
Abstract concept about physicality.
So the idea of nominalism would not apply to it since it's concrete.
Okay, great.
I don't think you understand the difference between abstracta and concreta.
So does the universe exist? Concreta.
Yes.
Okay, is the universe an abstraction?
No.
They're all fucking Latin terms, you dummy. Don't you get that, Jim Bob?
This is so funny. Does the universe exist? Yes. Is the universe an abstraction?
Okay. It's concrete. It stands in
really?
relations.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
What does it mean for something to be concrete, Jim?
Dude,
what does it mean for something to be concrete?
Is the term universe an abstraction?
So we're like in between. Like Jim Bob's talking too slow, but he's got their stream sped up. So I'm gonna go 1.25 to see if we can get the meat of the conversation. But I'm really like analyzing his responses at this point. So.
Factor concrete.
The term?
Yeah.
The term in a linguistic structure is abstract.
That's right. So what is you? So the thing
you don't like the tone of his voice? Weren't you complaining about that a few minutes ago? How people didn't like the tone of your voice?
Calling the universe itself, right, requires this other thing that you deny exists.
No, the universe would exist if languages didn't.
The thing you're referring to never identified. So you need abstract.
It doesn't need to be. To describe things in a language, yes, we do.
Yeah, so describing this thing that would exist without you, right? Right.
We're describing things that exist independently of ourselves, right? I walk away, I acknowledge the tree is there. If I walk away, the tree will still be there. If I come back, again, the tree will be there. The tree is not dependent upon, the tree's existence is not dependent upon my observation, right? This is not, you can go to like quanta level and all that bullshit, right? Like that's fine, like make those arguments. None of that argues for theism, and it doesn't prove, I don't even know what point Jim Bob thinks he's trying to make, because again, he doesn't really thrive on making points. He thrives on trying to dismantle other people's belief systems by assuming he knows what other people believe. So he props up. Joe was doing this to me yesterday, right? He was saying, well, XXX statement, blah, 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 right? It doesn't matter what he's claiming, right? I make a claim about Joe Biden, and because you're liberal, I assume that you support Joe Biden, therefore, so he thinks he's arguing against me, and I'm going on for like over an hour about how I didn't even vote for fucking Joe Biden. I don't have to defend Joe Biden. If I were to defend Joe Biden against your claims, I could think of a number of ways to do so, and I did that, right? But at the end of the day, you're arguing against a claim that I haven't made. I never made that claim, right? You're steel manning a position that I don't hold, and then arguing against it. So, like, essentially, I don't know, you're like a sparring partner for a person who actually holds that position. I don't know, and it's the same thing Jim Bob's doing here.
So your statement, your position, that the only thing that exists is physical things, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Only physicality. You'd say the mind doesn't exist?
The mind exists.
The mind exists. So this is interesting. So the physicalist, nominalist says the mind exists, right? A mind. Now, is a mind concreta? Is the mind concreta?
Haha, you're so edgy. You're so funny, Jim Bob. Self-congratulatory pat on the back.
Is it concreta? Well, is that a physical thing?
Yes.
How did you determine that
fucking mental midget?
The mind is a physical thing?
Because I have a basic understanding of neuroscience.
How did you determine the mind was a physical thing? Because I have a basic understanding of neuroscience.
Because we agree that the mind occurs in the process of the brain. You require a physical entity to contain a mind in. You don't have an example of a mind that exists outside of an entity that is physical. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm not even going to comment on that.
That's my methodology. Oh, that's an interesting.
You have no example of the mind existing outside of a physical body. You can't point to it. No, yeah, nothing.
Methodology. How did you determine? I have a basic understanding.
The mind is the emergent result of
emergent property.
The processes and functions that
the
brain,
not the question.
Or rather the whole nervous system.
He's describing again. I didn't ask him to describe what he thinks a mind is. That wasn't the question. I didn't ask you to define what you think the mind is. I asked you, how did you determine that it's physical?
I just explained that to you.
No, he just asserted what he thinks the mind is under a physical lens. He didn't tell me how he distinguished it. Just asserted.
You may not have understood the explanation, but I gave one. Yeah.
How did you determine where the mind is and isn't?
The mind is contained. Well, it's not really contained anywhere because it's an emergent.
It's nowhere. It's an emergent property.
Result. It's like It's like asking me where temperature is.
Where you measure it. That's where temperature is. Temperature is where you measure it. Temperature is where heat or the absence of heat is. That's what we're referring to. There's a referent that we know called heat, which is a positive existence, and the absence of heat on some gradient scale, which we called coldness or away from hotness. We measure those things with tools. We develop arbitrary units of measure for those things, and we can engage with them. And we can produce what we call temperature high and temperature low. We can replicate these things. Dummies.
That doesn't make sense, but temperature is physical.
Well, you can measure. We can point to where hot is, what we call hot, and isolate it, and the absence of heat. I'm asking you to do that with the mind, sir.
Oh, the brain. Just like we can...
Oh, the brain.
This whole brain-mind distinction is more ridiculous than the mind-body-spirit distinction. The fact that they can't just say, okay, the mind is a thing that arises from the processes within the brain, right? Independently, right? And this is the way I'm defining it. I think this is good. You can agree or disagree with me, let me know. But, the mind is the thing that is thinking about things, right? You have parts of your brain that are not really thinking about things. Most of the time, you're not thinking about breathing. You're not thinking about, blood circulation. Your brain's doing these things independently of your thinking mind. The thinking mind is like, what do I do in this social situation? What am I going to eat for breakfast? Yada, yada, right? All those things associated with free will. So you could say that this non-physical thing exists. It's a part of the process of a physical thing, right? And so therefore the mind arises as an interaction of the body and the brain on the physical plane with the world around you, right? So it's the part of you that says, okay, I'm hungry. I know I need to eat, but I'm looking at this berry, and do I know whether or not this berry will be poisonous or not? And then you process that information mentally, right? So, it seems pretty clear-cut to me. I think this is a really bullshit argument that keeps coming out.
It's just the fact that he's playing this and thinks there's a schooling going on is insane.
Point to the mind when the brain is metabolizing, and then there is no mind when it's...
No. Now he's saying that the brain is necessary for the thing I'm calling a mind, right?
That is the claim, yes.
I'm not asking what you think is necessary for the mind.
It's not.
It doesn't matter that you're not asking. An explanation is still required, right? Because a physical brain exists, and we're talking about mental processes, you cannot help but reference a brain, because where else would mental processes arise from? And you would say, oh, a spirit or a soul which exists where? In physical space and reality? Nowhere. It's just another concept arising from your mind, right? At least in the reverse order, you could say that all of these mental concepts arise from a physical brain, right? But you don't have that. You're like, oh, it has to come downwardly from another concept, which is another abstraction, right? So you're just piling abstractions on top of abstractions instead of just acknowledging that reality exists in the reverse order, and everything that we can actually sense and perceive, right, is the layer below whatever we're building upon when we talk about mental constructs.
Oh, I see. So you've determined when there's a mind in the brain and when there's not?
Yes, that's pretty easy to determine. When the brain is metabolizing, there's a mind.
So now he's just...
You know, independently of whatever argument is actually going on here, because I don't think it's above me, right? But I think Leo could have walked Jim Bob back on this and said, what do you mean when you say mind? Never asked him that, right? You could push against that point, and Jim Bob would have to, you know. But again, Jim Bob never actually clarifies his position. This is all about trying to debug atheist ideologies.
Opting out metabolization as mind, which is a process. So the mind...
Metabolization is just a physical process that occurs throughout the body and the mind. It's kind of... I think that kind of threw us off point here. I think it would have been much better to go back to what is the foundation with which we build upon, right? You have the body supporting the brain and the body work in unison. You have the mind that processes the interactions of the brain, the body, and the physical world around us, right? And those create an experience called reality. Then we can communicate that through language, right? How is this done? Through a mental process, right? You need two brains with two minds of a similar kind to create a similar language that can express their experiences, right? Communicate, right? This is why we can't communicate with animals, right? We may have similar experiences, but our mental state, right, is not closely interrelated. We process these experiences differently. And so all biological organisms have different systems of communications according to the faculties of their mental process and their position in the world.
Is a process? I thought he said it's an emergent property of processes. Now he's in a contradiction.
It's an emergent property of processes. I like that. I don't know why that guy ever thinks that tactic's going to get him any further. This is a great experiment in psychology, actually. So this person thinks because I was a dick to him one time, and I got chastised for it, that now he's going to play this long game. Which is, you know, another hilarious mental process. I love it. You see how this guy thinks he's just going to, oh, well, now I'm just going to do all this little petty passive-aggressive bullshit. It's fucking hilarious. Hilarious.
Because he started with the mind is an emergent property of a process, and now the process is metabolization of the mind, or the brain.
To be fair, and I just have to explain, you know, when I was a dick to him that one time, it wasn't without provocation, right? He did something, you know, people will do things, right? Egotism. They will do things to try and get the better of you. And in certain instances, they will do things just to try to stomp on you because they think you have no power and no influence. And then once you actually man up and get in their fucking space about it, all of a sudden they don't want to challenge you. And I love that aspect of it. It's like when people want to fuck around and find out, right? And they find out you ain't fucking around. oh, I'm gonna go passive aggressive. I'm gonna go passive aggressive. I'm gonna call your boss, right? That's the mentality of these people, right? They say, oh, I'm gonna call you out on some bullshit, but I'm not gonna get up in your face. I'm gonna call your boss. It's like, okay, dude. Good job. That's some jib-bob shit right there.
Metabolization is, that's like saying what do you call it? Like processing food through your intestines is the intestine.
I'm sorry, what?
Like,
oh, you're saying that, wait. So saying that a mind is a process of the brain is like saying that processing food through your intestines is your intestines. No, it's not equivocal at all. Non-equivocal. Processing through... Hold on. So I think the term... We're thrown off by the term metabolize, right? Metabolization, what does that mean? Metabolization merely means to process something. That's all it actually means. We're talking about it in a mental sense or a physical sense, right? You process information, you're metabolizing it, right? And essentially excreting it, right? And if you process, sustenance, a food source, you're metabolizing it, and then you excrete it. They're both the results of a physical process occurring in various parts of the body by various means. It's word salad with no dressing.
The process is the intestine. Like point to the intestine. He goes.
The process is not the thing itself. The thing itself does the processing. You have to have a thing in which to process, right? So brain, one thing, right? Intestines, another thing. Let me try to. I wish I could draw a diagram. We have the brain here, and we have the intestines here. The brain. It metabolizes information. The intestines metabolize a food source, and both excrete a product, what's essentially a waste product, which is interesting. To think of metabolized information as a waste product is just weird, right? It's like, it's the opposite of garbage in, garbage out, right? Because if you think about it, like, you could take in a bunch of bullshit food, and of course you probably have, your guts will be fucked up, but you'll still take a shit, right? But in the opposite case, like when you take in intake information, right, you could do one of two things with that information. That depends upon your processing abilities, right? You may either regurgitate that information, right, take in what you've learned, expel it upon the masses, right? Like, just repeat whatever has been said to me, or I can actually disseminate information, recreate it in such a way that is original to my own mental process, and then reintroduce that information, right? Which is still a form of excretion, right? Something comes in, something comes out, and that's being metabolized.
Well, processing, digestion. No, point to the object called the intestine.
Digestion is a different thing. Digestion, I think, literally means to pass through, which is actually not accurate. Like, we continue because we excrete a waste product, again, right, like through the intestine. When you're talking about eating food, we take the nutritional value and excrete a waste product that is devoid of nutritional value. Definitionally, it has the least nutritional value. We've sucked up all the nutrients we can from it, we poop it out, and we call it excrement, right? And that's the thing that has the least nutritional value left in it from everything our bodies could suck out of it, right? All of those nutrients.
Digestion.
So the
That's what he's doing.
process of digestion is distinct from metabolizing, right? We metabolize the nutrients, we put them into our stream, and as a part of us, right? Like now we've built muscle, we've put more material into our own bodies, essentially, right? And the digested part is excreted as a waste product, something that could not be used efficiently as fuel.
Because we can engage with it, and when the brain is not metabolizing, you're fucking dead. So clearly you don't have a mind anymore.
That's just question begging. That just means that he thinks.
So no, that's actually very good. And if you understood the process, you would understand that the brain doesn't really digest information because you don't excrete a waste product from the brain in the same way you do from the rest of the body, right? So if you understood any of that, you would get that, okay, I can take garbage information into my brain and not excrete it back into the world, right? That's a choice. That's a dissemination of information that takes place within the mind, the mental process, if you will, right? The thing you're calling a mind, independent of the physical brain, right? Whereas the body, I have no choice. Whatever I take in, my body will metabolize through through a process of the brain that I have no control over, right? Like me, internalizing and thinking about what I eat doesn't actually change the quality of the input-output ratio. Like the physical thing that I'm actually putting in my body and excreting is not controlled by my mental process. Whereas things that I through my brain, I have a filter. I have some discretion over that. I can't account for everything, but I have some discretion over the output, the excretions that come from my mind and my mental process.
He's just saying that what we call the brain is tied to or in some sort of necessary piece of hardware for what we call mind. I'm asking him, how did he determine the mind in the brain? All he said is when the brain...
We don't have any reason to believe that minds exist outside of brains. There is no reason for any rational person to think that, right? Because we understand how brains work and we understand what mental processes are, and if you silence the brain, you can keep bodies alive, right? Lobotomize people, right? We have no evidence of the mental process, but the body's still alive, right? You have all kinds of people in a coma. Well, they can't move, but they're alive, and they're, probably thinking about stuff. We don't know what, right? But even at the very basic, the most lay levels of understanding of how things work in the world, you would think. But no, Jim Bob continues to say, well, you can't show me... you can't show me where a mind is either. I don't have to point to where a mind is in a brain to say that I think, therefore I am, but you have to tell me that a mental process created all of existence prior to physicality, but you can't point to any examples of that occur in nature ever, anywhere.
Dies, the mind dies. That's not telling me where he isolated the brain.
What? The brain, you see, I think he transposed those words.
Not metabolizing, you're fucking dead. So clearly you don't have a mind anymore.
That's just question begging. That just means that he thinks, he's just saying that what we call the brain is seemingly tied to or in some sort of necessary piece of hardware for what we call mind. I'm asking him, how did he determine...
No. Actually, you got that reversed. Okay, so I'm glad that I clarified that, because no, the mind is not the hardware. The mind is the software. You've got that fundamentally backwards. The brain is the hardware, the mind is the software. You done fucked up. You fucked up.
The mind in the brain. All he said is when the brain dies...
The mind is the software in the brain, which is the hardware. Duh, dummy.
The mind dies. That's...
If the brain dies, the mind dies, right? Because the mind arises as a result of the process of the brain.
Not telling me where he isolated the brain.
You isolated the brain in the fucking body. The brain is identifiable in physical space and time, sir. You don't have to philosophically isolate the brain to prove it exists. You can just literally poke one.
Like if you said the engine dies, therefore it doesn't die, the exhaust is gone. You can.
That's stupid. Stupid, sir. You would say if the engine died, motherfucker.
Still point to the exhaust. Even if it's true, if the engine dies and the exhaust is no longer, at least you can point to the exhaust. Now, this kid, he's a kiddo. He's just a little kiddo. He doesn't understand the question. I'm asking him, how did he distinguish between the engine and the exhaust?
Clearly, you don't have a mind.
Okay, so I'm asking you what the methodology. Ooh, terrible audio.
Somebody's echoing badly.
Your mind gets metabolized, right?
I'm muted, so
my leg is
He just doesn't understand what metabolizing means. But no, if the engine died, right? Okay, in this case, we're talking about a machine, not a biological organism. But okay, but let's even take that analogy and say, okay, well, if the engine dies, it might be a result of XXX, right? Like, maybe you didn't put oil in it. Okay, fine. Maybe you didn't put gas in it. Okay, cool. Maybe you didn't charge your battery. Fine. We can find a physical process, a physical means by which the engine no longer, performed revolutions, right? So the engine's no longer functioning as a result of some physical, thing, right? And what is responsible? What is responsible for the engine ceasing to function? This is a terrible analogy, but you'd still say, it's the mind, right? It's the mind of the user. It's the person who operated the vehicle, who didn't put in the gas, who didn't put in the oil, who didn't perform the proper maintenance, right? Now, that's not actually the way it works. As a matter of mechanics, that's the way that cars work. But as a matter of bodies, we have no control over the fact that eventually our bodies stop processing and metabolizing the things that we need for sustenance in order to continue to propagate, right? And there's a reason that we have a finite timeline, and you could say, I mean, this may argue gently for theism, right? But to say that if you were designed, you have a shelf life, right? You have there's a warranty on your ass, right? Eventually your parts are going to wear out. You have no control over it via natural processes unless you intervene in some way. You have to replace the parts, right? You have to use medical intervention, this is mechanics, in order to replace the physical parts of your body that are going to fail regardless of any mental effort that you exert. In order, you could put all the fucking oil in the world in the car, but if you don't replace the filter, right, you're still gonna be fucked.
Actually, if my heart dies, my leg dies. Correct. Numeric. Yeah, I gotta remember that one actually. So if my heart dies, my leg dies. Therefore, my leg. Okay. It was that you're making are you making a distinction between the mind and the brain, or not?
I think there is a distinction between the mind and the brain, but I think both are physical.
Okay, so then let's just take a brain, right? And you're looking at it with all
an oil filter is just a fuel filter. I don't know. I don't even know that much about cars. It's just stupid, right? You could still see it's okay, a fuel filter. Fine, fuck it. It's a fuel filter. Doesn't matter. Same shit, right?
Metabolizing, or is it just a brain like you're holding in your hand and it's not metabolizing? Because there's a difference between the two.
Okay, so you're holding a brain. We don't know if it's metabolizing.
Well, if you're holding it, then clearly it's not metabolizing. Because it's not in the body absorbing energy.
Please accept this emergent property from my bank account. Thank you, Ben Folds, 5 chairs. Okay, I got you. So you're looking at a brain that's inside somebody who's alive and they're functioning. Okay?
So the brain is metabolizing. Okay.
Okay. So you're looking at a metabolizing brain, right? And that's the normal brains we all have, right?
Yep.
Most people. Or is there anyone who's alive that doesn't have a metabolizing brain?
You just call it a functional brain. It's the same fucking thing. It's a fully functioning brain.
I would say no.
Okay. And so when you look at this...
Introducing the word metabolizing into this just muddied the waters. It really did, because Jim Bob does not understand metabolizing.
Brain, you're looking at this...
He's not going to try to understand it. He's going to try to use it. It's stupid. Like
object.
You need to talk to this guy like you are talking to a third grader. That's the only way to do it.
Right inside, encased in the skull. And I'm asking you, how do you determine where the mind is or isn't in that brain?
The mind does not possess physical location, much like...
Very good. The mind does not possess a physical location within the brain. And furthermore, we could refer to the mind more accurately as a collective, right, of experiences, shared experiences. So once again, my mind, me processing things, doesn't really do much, right? The only way in which our minds start to have meaning, right, concretely in reality, is when we interact with other minds, right? My mental process interacts with your mental process. We establish a form of communication which we can verify facts. There is a tree. The tree has apples. Those apples are red, right? Both of us observe the same thing, and through the same mental processes arise the same conclusion, and then we can communicate those facts and agree on them and move forward based upon that. That is knowledge. I know there is a tree. I know there's an apple. I know the apple is red, and that fruit is eatable. You know that too. I can communicate that with you and verify that information through you and your mental processes and confirm it. That's a fact.
So it's an object and it doesn't possess any physical location, so you can't point to it, but it's there. Alan Brown says brain is the organ like an intestine, mind is a process like digestion. No, that's not true, because you can point to digestion physically. You can actually point to when digestion is properly occurring and improperly occurring. You can't point to mind.
And he also, again, conflating digestion to metabolism. I'm saying there is some, you wouldn't say that the mind actually digests anything, right? The body has a process of digestion. Okay, so I guess you could say that, because the body has a process of digestion in which we take in some substance, right? Once again, we take the useful things out of it, those are nutrients, incorporate them into ourselves, and then excrete the rest as waste product. And you could say something similar happens in the mind, except that you either take that waste product and you basically just, try to forget about it, or you put it out there and say, hey, this is waste product. This is bad information. And I happen to have retained this, right, through the process of digesting a lot of information. So you would still have, I guess you could have mental digestion, sure.
Right? You can't point to the thing mind.
What about mental indigestion?
You're just saying brain. So if we say the brain processes...
what does indigestion mean?
And you can point to when the brain...
Anybody know?
Brain is injured and it's not processing and doing what it's doing. That doesn't follow that you've isolated the mind. You're just calling the mind process, but we're asking...
You don't have to isolate the mind. What do you have to isolate the mind from? What are you talking about? No positive claim made. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, boy?
What is the mind, right?
We just explained to you, right? Leo's had a way of explaining it. Everybody has had a way of explaining it. I've had a way... There are a million different people who can tell you what their interpretation of mind is, and there's going to be some overlap there, and you still haven't really made a point as to what your line of reasoning is pointing towards, right? Because your only objective is to try to poke holes in other people's epistemology without really understanding it, and while trying to make a veiled point, right, that you will never make a claim towards. It's a dishonest position, Jim Bob. It's like as if I were to say, hold on, I can think of one. Okay. If I were to tell you all of the book of Genesis is a falsehood. Every word in the book of Genesis is false. Prove me wrong, bro. And then I can start poking holes in every claim made in the book of Genesis, and you cannot make a counterpoint. Like, every counterpoint you make I'm just going to go back to every falsehood committed in the book of Genesis. That's it. That's my argument. I'm making no positive claim, right? I'm just saying that everything you believe about the book of Genesis is wrong. Period. End of statement.
Digestion you can physically watch happen. You can't physically watch, quote, mind, okay? This is just lazy.
You don't have to physically watch the period. You can't. How the fuck are you saying you could physically watch digestion because you could take an X-ray? You can't watch metabolism. So by the same metric, actually, yes, you can physically watch mental digestion in the form of like fMRIs and brain scans. You can watch mental digestion, things that happen, right, unbeknownst to the person, right? The person who is being experimented upon is not aware of the states of their brain as they're happening, yet they can be measured, quantified scientifically, and then they can corroborate what was going on in their mental process while their brain was actually doing the process beforehand, a thing that they were not aware of. So you're actually wrong. Talk to a neuroscientist, bro.
People are lazy.
A temperature does not possess physical.
Put an eggplant on my upper lip.
Location.
So you're saying there is a distinction between mind and brain, but you can't tell me how you know. That's actually false. Because that would require you to know where it is.
I knew that. I did tell you how I knew that.
I shouldn't have granted him that, because if what we call temperature, which is a measurement.
You didn't grant anything. You're not even listening to the fucking argument at this point. You are stuck on script, Jim Bob. Admit it. You don't have an argument. You have a script that is intended, not successfully, trying to dismantle secular epistemology. And it is an epic failure. It is terrible. It's bad. It's not good.
Of a phenomenon doesn't have a physical, that's like saying an inch doesn't have a location. Is he saying the mind is an inch?
An inch does not have a physical location unless you apply it to the physical location. This physical location is 1 inch long. Inch is a concept. A process arising from brains. Mental states interacting with physical space. I don't know how many times I can make the same point. I would call it redundancy, but I don't think I've done it as many times as they have, so it's probably my fault. Sure, good to see you. The way that guy talks, he could totally contradict what he's talking about, and I wouldn't know. He already has apples and oranges, verbal vomit. Thank you. Indigestion equals pain or discomfort in the stomach associated with difficulty in digesting food. Very good. And at worst, it results in vomiting, right? You excrete the food product through the other side. Comes back out the way it went in. And I like to think I break things down for people like me. You know, like I can comprehend a lot of this language, and I can't speak it all fluently, right? But I get what they're saying, and when I just break it down into simple terms, I sit here and wonder how they're still having this argument. Because nobody is even questioning the difference. And if you do, right, that's the problem. If I were to actually present this argument to Jim Bob, the one I'm making now, like the difference between digestion and metabolism, for example, Jim Bob would accuse me of playing word games. But it's very clear that throughout, this is just a small segment of this interaction that he had with a whole panel of people, right? And that's all he does. That's all he does for hours and hours on end is play word games with people. So when you actually try to get precise and break things down into agreeable terms, that's what they'll do. They'll say, "Oh, well, now you're oversimplifying. You're generalizing." And it's stupid.
The mind is the inch of the brain. The mind is a measurement. Temperature is a measurement. Is the mind a measurement? Doesn't make sense. Logan Daly, $5 on today's episode. Lispy takes Jim Bob to school before empowered woman destroys glass ceiling of principles. Debate. Yeah. More up at 11. Yeah. 90 Zebra says digestion requires some physical substance as an input, which leads to physical outputs. Yeah, the whole thing of digestion.
Holy shit. See, they just did it in his own fucking side chat. Let's see how he responds.
As we observe it is physical. Like, we can watch it happening. We can watch.
Okay. So you can see a physical process of digestion, right? You can see it happening, etc., etc. But when you observe the same fucking thing happening in a mental process, you're like, oh, but I don't know. I don't actually know. Like, he doesn't seem to have a legitimate argument against that, does he? Like, he's just now acknowledging it because somebody in his own side chat said it. But this whole time, he has obfuscated that point every fucking time that Leo has brought it up.
Watch it not happening. Now, Leophilia is saying...
What not happening? Whoa. Back that up.
Takes Jim Bob to school before empowered woman destroys glass ceiling of principles. Debate. Yeah. More up at 11. Yeah. 90 Zebra says digestion requires some physical substance as an input, which leads to physical outputs.
Digestion requires physical substance. One more time. I didn't appreciate.
The mind is a measurement. Temperature is a measurement. Is the mind a measurement? Doesn't make sense. Logan Daly, $5 on today's episode. Lispy takes Jim Bob to school before empowered woman destroys glass ceiling of principles. Debate. Yeah. More up at 11. Yeah. 90 Zebra says digestion requires some physical
substance as an input, which leads to a physical output. And as I just stated, you have the same thing occurring in the brain, right? The thing is, the brain is a physical part of the body, right? We locate the brain. We know how it interacts with the rest of the body. You know, it basically makes everything else work. The rest of your body wouldn't even fucking function without your brain, so the whole thing's unintelligent. You kill the brain, you kill the body. Period. We know that scientifically fact. Okay. Now your body interacts with the world, right? Because your brain is sealed inside your skull. It has no physical interaction with the world. Where are things being processed? How do we manipulate processing of information? Through the fucking brain. Dude. So what's going into the brain? Information. Where's information? Where is it located? Does it exist in physical space? No. No, it does not. So you have information, non-physical information about the physical world passing into the body, right, as experienced through a mental process, which is then metabolized in the brain. In some cases, it will be passed back to the body, right? You will get reactions, right? You will get responses to physical interactions as a result of processes in the brain. We call these mental processes. I don't know how better to explain this.
As an input, which leads to physical outputs.
So there is a physical output, right? By your actual reaction to states of reality via your mental processes, right? There's things like PTSD. There's things like sexual selection. All of these things, right, are a result of inputs that have happened throughout your experience to your brain. Right? Your brain is processing the experiences through the conduit of the physical body to the physical reality. Then you think about the thing, and then there is an outcome, right? The outcome is your response, your behavior, right? When stimuli is applied from the external world, your brain processes the stimuli, and you behave in a certain way. Oh, look at that red apple over there. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat. Oh, look at that amazing looking woman. I'm horny. I'm going to fuck. Mental processes, right? You're responding to stimuli in the physical world, thinking about it with your brain.
The whole thing of digestion, as we observe it, is physical. Like, we can watch it happening, we can watch it not happening. Now, Leo Filius is saying, well, the only time we watch mind not happening is when someone's dead. Well, that...
Right. When the mind shuts off when the dude dies, right? If there's any type of response, right, to stimuli, however subtle, you have brain activity. If there is no brain activity, there would be no response to stimuli, hence death, right? That's why somebody can be physically dead and not brain dead, but they can't be brain dead and not physically dead, right? You have to keep them on life support. If the essential functions of the brain shut down, the body shuts down behind it. Period. That's physics, right? The body can shut down, the brain can continue to function. That's a coma, right? Professor Jim Bob. Earth to Jim Bob.
Doesn't tell me the distinction. You're basically just saying the brain's not working anymore.
The distinction is, if I stab a hole in the side of your fucking brain, you will die. And stab a hole in any other part of you, and the brain will respond in fear and panic.
But that doesn't tell me what the mind is. You're just making them synonymous, but then using distinctions.
How do you know that?
That's
I
actually,
know that because
was a gross oversimplification, but it's closer to the point than anything Jim Bob's driving at.
Different. The brain, you can have a brain where there is something else there going on with it, which we call the mind, and then
more than the brain.
You can see that there are brains that don't have all that going on. So there's obviously a distinction between those two different states.
Oh, okay.
Such that we can say that in one there is a mind present, and in the other there is not.
Okay, so your determination that a mind exists independent of the brain, from your view,
I don't think minds can exist independently of brains.
Okay, but your distinction here is that there's something.
Yeah, no, and only you would make the fucking claim that a mind could exist independently of a brain. That is a theist claim. The theists say that a mind, independent of any physical object, must have created all physical things, which is, you can make that claim, but how do you evidence that claim? I have no idea. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. It's idiocy.
Going on with this brain and something not going on with another brain.
That's correct.
Okay. And so that seems to be, the question is, how do you determine the thing that's going on in one brain is a mind and
because that's what we call it.
Oh, you just call it that.
Nobody said that the thing that's going on in the one brain is the mind, and the thing that's all the things that are going on in all the brains are minds. Each brain has a mind, right? Each brain, and you could make the argument that really the mind is the collective state of all conscious entities, right? You'd say that, okay, once we develop a formula to communicate information between us, right? We have language, we can speak to each other, now we can process things, and we get deeper into that, and we can observe other creatures, and we can see that they are processing things, and even if we do not understand their language, we still understand their biological processes, right? And so we can still interact with them on a certain mental level, right? The fact that we have a linguistic barrier doesn't actually prevent us from interacting with other agents that are thinking, that have minds, because they also have brains, right? We all have physical brains. That's the characteristic of all the thinking creatures that we can think of.
Neuroscientists call it that.
Oh, okay. So the phenomenon you call the brain is a collection of activities.
There are a collection of activities.
No, and Leo should not have conceded that. The phenomenon we call brain is it's a part of an organism, right? And activities arise as a result of these multiple parts of the organism, not limited to, but especially including the brain, right? The brain seems to be pretty essential. You can have all the other things. You don't have a fully functioning brain, then your mental activity becomes restricted, right? You can have a brain that is not functioning at capacity, and you will have mental defect, right? That's a thing. You can have a living organism with a brain that has mental defect. Therefore, the mind is not fully in cooperation with the rest of the organism.
That are referred to as the mind, yes.
Okay, so why is it that they're called something different other than just describing the brain doing an activity?
Well, that's what the word mind is.
That's what the mind is. The mind is the brain thinking about stuff that it, yeah.
A word that describes the brain as it's metabolizing.
So that it's just the brain, a metabolizing brain.
Yeah, the mind is what emerges from a metabolizing.
I've been neglecting the side chat. I'm so sorry. Nerdy Rodent, hello, good to see you. Be careful where the unicorn inputs his horn. How do you determine when the person was dead and that they were dead? Hopefully you check their pulse first. Otherwise, you can, pat the crotch gently. If you have a brain that isn't functioning at capacity, do you have what we call a gym bob? Yes. I would say so.
Right, that is correct. No, just like temperature emerges from the mean molecular energy of a macro scale.
Well, we could measure temperature. I was wondering if what you call
measure the mind too.
Googling a macro scale.
EEG readings would be one way to do it.
No, that's a brain activity.
No, that's the activity of the
brain. It's wishful thinking. He's replying to side chat.
Brain that we call the mind. Yes.
Yeah, you're just calling it the mind.
That's what we call it. Yes, I am.
Why don't you just call it the brain?
Because the brain is an object. The mind is the emergent property of the
Perfect. That's perfect. I love it. And see, you can say emergent property, or you can say the thing arising, whatever. It's the same. The mental gymnastics, we could play word games, right? The mind arises as a process of, again, it's an interaction between physical objects of mind interaction.
Property.
Functions and processes.
And they call this an emergent property. Fine. See, and he hates this language. He's going to continually make fun of it with Leo, with Mark, with everybody he interacts with. When they say emergent property, he's going to act like it's a big fucking joke because he doesn't want to understand what that means.
That object as it metabolizes. See, I think you struggle with the concept of emergence. That's what I think.
Yeah, because emergentism is incoherent. In fact, every time they say emergent property, it's inconsistent with the philosophy of emergentism.
I don't know what the philosophy of emergentism is, but this isn't the philosophy of emergentism, right? We're just saying that as a matter of physics, that non-physical things arise as a property, like emerge as a property of physical things. So once again, if I describe this as an interaction between various physical objects, they emerge as a non-physical construct, right? Body, brain, world, mind. Mind makes sense of body, brain, world. World, body, brain, mind makes sense. Is caveman enough for you?
Is emergent is a reification. It doesn't tell me anything.
No, it's not. That's not what reification means.
As it does. What happened?
Steam engine or
dude, let me just get it out, dude. Let me get it out.
Jet engine?
I'm confused about who's talking there, but I just heard, let me get it out, and then jet engine. Did you hear that?
Doesn't matter. An engine that has exhaust. So the engine's running. Would you...
That was fucking hilarious. That deserves a replay. Sorry.
Emergentism is incoherent. In fact, every time they say emergent property, it's inconsistent with the philosophy of emergentism. Emergent is a reification. It doesn't tell me anything.
No, it's not. That's not what reification means.
As it does. What happened?
Steam engine or
dude, let me just get it out, dude. Let me get it out.
Jet engine?
It doesn't matter. An engine that has exhaust. So the engine's running. Would you say the exhaust that you see is an emergent property of the engine?
Yes.
Okay. So you know where an engine is working.
So I actually have to disagree. I feel like he obfuscated again here. And when he said that the exhaust is an emergent property of the jet engine, no. Flight is the emergent property of the jet engine, right? Exhaust is the waste product. Like, if we're being technical about things, the emergent property that we're talking about here is fucking flight.
And you see that if it has an exhaust, you're saying the smoke itself is an emergent property of the engine, but it's not identical to the engine property.
No.
Of the processes of the engine, yes. When the engine is running, it produces exhaust, and when it's not...
The output, right? This is excrement. This is a waste product. The product you're looking for is flight. That's the thing the engine is doing. The other thing is the excretion, is the product of the fuel and the combustion and yada, yada, yada. So, I'm sorry, but Leo, what the fuck? Why are you even agreeing to this?
Running it doesn't. Okay, gotcha. But, so, you're saying the brain itself is an engine, so to speak, and the exhaust is the mind, right?
That's awful. That's terrible. This is terrible. So in reality, I mean, there's no analogy here. But yeah, if you were gonna try to analogize, you would say, yeah, that like the pilot is the brain and no. Yeah, you don't even have a pilot in this fucking analogy, which doesn't make any kind of fucking sense, right? So the exhaust is that waste product we're talking about. You can intake whatever the fuck your fuel source is, blah, 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 excretion, right? You have waste product, exhaust. That's not an emergent property. That's a product of the process, right? The thing that you're looking for, that it accomplishes, is that of flight, right? Why do you design a jet? To fly. Doesn't matter what you input or output in order to accomplish that task. So if you think of the mind in these terms, then the whole fucking function of the organism is to be able to think and process information and articulate it, right? And you have the input-output, which is just, basic fuel and excrement, right?
That's not a bad analogy, but I think one that's just a little better
it's a terrible analogy. Fuck.
The engine is the engine, and when it's running, it produces horsepower, and the horsepower is the mind.
What? Okay, we're gonna take a short break. Palate cleanser. Palate cleanser. Oh my goodness.
Processes that we are accustomed to today, called uniformitarianism. Okay, Charles Lyell was the father of modern geology, who, following along with James Hutton, got people in the geological fields to change from catastrophism to uniformitarianism. Now, did he have radiometric isotope dating back then, in the middle of the 19th century?
Yes, 3 of them.
He did not. Unlikely.
So, how scientifically did he determine that the Earth was eons old? How did he do that without radiometric isotope dating?
Good question.
Well, I don't know what this individual you just named was.
Charles Lyell is the father of modern geology. He wrote 3 volumes called The Principles of Geology. These books were revolutionary in that they changed people's views from catastrophism to uniformitarianism. He changed Charles Darwin's mind to abandon that the Bible was history. Okay? So Charles Darwin,
evil person,
at the first accept that the Earth was eons old first, without which it would have been gibberish to talk about evolution. Okay? Have you ever heard that expression, Rome wasn't built in a day?
Oh dear, expressions?
You ever heard that?
Exist too.
So the secret sauce of evolution is that evolution needs long periods of time.
You just called it the secret sauce. Oh shit. I have to clip this. There's no way. Where is this? 45. He just said the secret sauce of evolution. I am crying laughing right now. Like a burger and fries. And some of the evolution secret sauce, please, as well, yes.
So, instrumental So what people don't understand is Charles Lyell was one of the main culprits attempting to overthrow creationism, okay, and catastrophism. He got people to accept in the scientific community that, well, the Bible's not science, and we're going to figure out how old the world is through science, okay? And so he came up with a completely different approach to interpreting the topographical features of the world, that all of these features are the product of eons of time, before radiometric isotope dating. Then Darwin came along, came up with a, quote, revolutionary idea to explain that prior to Darwin, although there were people who were transmutationists, right? There are people who believe that the animal kingdom was made by God. But what Darwin did was revolutionary. He came up with a seemingly plausible mechanism of natural selection. So once people accepted the theory of evolution, they would have had to have accepted the notion of deep time, because you can't accept evolution without deep time.
Cannot accept evolution without deep time. He's actually not wrong about that. I think deep time is a weird concept. Yeah, just a weird way of phrasing it, but yeah, sure, like long term, yeah, it happens over like vast time scales that we can't even imagine. Yeah.
So once the theory of
way longer than 6,000 years,
evolution began to spread in academia and the scientific communities into the 20th century, the idea of deep time became ubiquitous before radiometric isotope dating.
I've never even heard anybody use the terminology deep time prior to this, so I don't know how it's ubiquitous. If it was ubiquitous, I would think I would have heard other people talking about this.
Okay, so do you understand that before I continue?
Yes.
Okay, so when the atomic science developed, they go, oh, wait a minute. Since these rocks are old, and we know what the decay rate of certain elements are, if we can isolate certain isotopes in the rock, we can count backwards to what their parent element was and, guesstimate as to how old it is.
Yeah, okay.
But you first have to be operating from the principle that deep time is true.
Yeah, you just have to make the assumption that things could be like any age. Like maybe I don't even know how old it is, right? I guess. Like it could be 1 billion years old. It could be, 20 years old. It's not like dating, a Led Zeppelin album or something.
But how did they do that scientifically before radiometric isotope dating? They didn't.
How did they do that scientifically before radiometric isotope dating? I don't know. How did you date any of the works written in the biblical the Concord? Is that the word? Right. Like, how did you date anything prior to radiometric isotope dating? Do you know, Darth? Do you have any idea how scientific dating processes work? We just primarily focused on debunking one that pokes a lot of holes in your particular creationist theory. We're stuck. Okay, we're back now. Sorry, I had to change a few things.
They just came up with more and more interpretations that the world is old, not young. And then once people accepted that the world is old, then along comes radiometric isotope dating. But radiometric isotope
It was not like people wanted the Earth to be older than you thought it was. It was just like it didn't make sense to keep concluding that the Earth was not. I mean, so I don't understand. Like, even most biblical, scholars, right? Like people that are as invested, if not more invested in, creationism than you are, will still actually try to justify and rationalize like some kind of reasonable timeline, right, to the faith, right, to the claims that are made in the book and how you do genealogy or whatever, right? They will still try to justify it around a rational timeline because 6,000 years is redonkulous. Like we know, we have written art, we have like such strong evidence that civilization itself is older than 6,000 years. Mesopotamia, right? All of which can be accounted for happened long before the creation story in the Bible claims that it did, if you trust it literally. So, biblical literalists, young earth creationists, are a fringe movement. Everything you're talking about is rested upon a fringe ideology and a lay understanding of anything you're talking about, right? Even in interpreting the Bible in these terms is considered unscholarly. How this man is still legitimate on the internet after so many years, I think it's gotta be just for this purpose. This is the only thing we do with a person like Darth Dawkins anymore. And 10 years hence, Jim Bob, oh man, I can only imagine what's gonna happen to Jim Bob. And I honestly think, like, even the people who are supporting you are probably at least, like, 80 to 90% trolls. Like, there is such a small small percent of people that would actually agree with anything you say wholeheartedly and go to bat, like, based on that worldview outside of, like, an isolated conversation with you. But hey, that's just my opinion, man. I don't know.
Is only substantive unless deep time is true first. If deep time is not true first, then radiometric isotope dating doesn't work.
Well, you can hypothesize that the young Earth
Do
is
you
still
understand the circular nature of radiometric isotope dating?
I have a feeling that
I love how it doesn't even matter. Like, if you were to delegitimize radiometric isotope dating, right? Got tongue-tied for a second there. You would still have other ways of evaluating reality that would still contradict your worldview. It doesn't matter that you're trying to debunk this particular field of. It doesn't matter. It still doesn't legitimize you.
Ability, a plausible explanation.
Do you understand that radiometric isotope dating is based upon the circular reasoning that
Did
the
I
Earth
say?
is
I
eons
feel
old?
like I got so tongue-tied there. Radiometric isotope.
Old first, and because that it's eons old first, we can then
It says
count backwards.
eons old, which eons doesn't actually mean anything. Eons a fake definition. It's like how I need $1 bazillion to pay for my pink unicorn. You can put a number of zeros behind it, right? But it's not actually comprehensible. It doesn't mean anything. It's like 100 bazillion or something, like you could try to arbitrate a number of zeros, right? For putting things into, so nobody says eons of years. Nobody says that. Right? We could put it within the billions or trillions of years, and that's still quantifiable, and nobody says eons.
Isotopes to their putative parent elements.
Why must you accept that first?
Because if you don't, then counting backwards, you can't count back more than 6,000 years.
I can't count back more than 6,000 years? He just said, wait, what? He just said that if you don't say that it's eons, you can't count back farther than 6,000. So it's either eons or 6,000. There's no way of counting in between, is there? No? The problem is, I'm not actually going to let you respond to the nonsense statement I just made, and then I'm just going to... No. Oh, good God. I don't know if it's more entertaining or infuriating, but, you know, it could be some combination of the two.
You can point to the exhaust. Now, this kid, he's a kiddo. He's a little kiddo. He doesn't understand the question. I'm asking him, how did he distinguish between the engine and the exhaust?
Just call Leo a kid? A kiddo? I wonder how old Jim Bob is. Does he use Just for Men to get the grace out of his beard?
Clearly, you don't have a mind to
Okay, so I'm asking you what the methodology was.
So I'm asking you what the methodology was.
Ooh, terrible audio.
Somebody's echoing.
Yeah. Somebody came in there. Not sure who it is. It's fuzz on the microphone.
Somebody's echoing badly.
And it's based on an echo.
Yeah, it's metabolized right.
I'm muted, so...
My leg is actually my heart. If my heart dies, my leg dies. Correct, pneumatic.
Wow. Wow.
Numeric. Yeah, I gotta remember.
Your leg is, that's, like, why is that funny? Why do you find that, like, if I had any evidence that the leg resided within the heart, then I'd be like, okay, cool. But, right, the leg and the heart are both physical, right? The leg is an appendage, the heart is an organ. They both exist in my body. If I were to say that my heart, you know, my legs would not exist or operate, I should say, more accurately, my legs would not operate independently of my heart, that would be a true statement, right? My legs are dependent upon my heart to pump blood throughout my body in order to function. Right? True statement. No matter where they're located, this is the functional relationship between this organ and this appendage.
That one actually. So my leg. So if my heart dies, my leg dies. Therefore, my leg is my heart.
It was that. You're making are you making a distinction between the mind and the brain, or not? I think there is a distinction between the mind and the brain, but I think both are physical.
Okay, so then let's just.
And again, Leo's got me lost here. Like, I feel like he is letting Jim Bob lead him around a little bit here in the conversation. I would never say that both the mind and the brain existed in physical space. I would never say that the mind exists in physical space. That doesn't make sense to me. That's not what we mean by mind. It doesn't register. And I feel like he's conceding because he's trying to make a particular point that Jim Bob is not going to give headway on. And you should know this. Jim Bob, if he sees that you are making any legitimate argument, he is going to try to obfuscate as far away from that argument as possible. He's going to try to detract from it. He's not going to lead you into that, and he's not going to allow you easily to establish that argument. And if you make it, he's not going to engage with it.
Right? And you're looking at it with all the tools. What kind of brain? Is it metabolizing, or is it just a brain like you're holding in your hand?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're talking about a living or a non-living thing. That's not what they're talking about.
Because there's a difference between...
And that's frustrating.
Between the two.
Okay, so you're holding a brain. We don't know if it's metabolizing.
Well, if you're holding it, clearly it's not metabolizing.
A fucking thing, yes, right? If you're holding it, it's fucking dead.
It's not in the body absorbing energy.
Please accept this emergent property from my bank account. Thank you, Ben Folds. 5 chairs.
Okay, I got you. So you're looking at a brain that's inside somebody who's alive and they're functioning. Okay? So the brain is metabolizing. Okay. Okay. So you're looking at a metabolizing brain, right? And that's the normal brains we all have, right? Yep. Most people. Or is there anyone who's alive that doesn't have a metabolizing brain? I would say no. Okay. And so when you look at this brain, you're looking at this physical object, right, encased in the skull. And I'm asking you, how do you determine where the mind is or isn't in that? in that brain.
The mind does not possess physical location, much like...
So it's an object and it doesn't possess any physical location, so you can't point to it, but it's
Okay,
there.
so I went a little bit further back, but I'm glad because I did get additional commentary.
Alan
on
Brown
there.
says brain is
like,
follow that you've isolated the mind.
oh my goodness.
You're just calling the mind how you know. That's actually false because that would require you to know where it is and
I
isn't.
knew that. I did tell you how I knew that.
I shouldn't have granted him that because if
He shouldn't have granted you the fucking premise 2 minutes ago that I just, like, no. Like, how are we going down this rabbit hole? How are we going down this? So no, once again, we just did the whole digestion thing. I'm not going to go over it again, but yeah, I'm glad I got to make that additional point in between here.
called temperature, which is a measurement of a
It's a
phenomenon.
learning lesson for everybody
That's
involved, except for Jim Bob. Jim Bob's not going to learn a fucking thing. He's as dense as a fucking brick.
That's like saying an inch doesn't have a location. Is he saying the mind is an inch? The mind is the inch of the brain? The mind is a measurement? Temperature is a measurement. Is the mind a measurement? Doesn't make sense. Logan Daly, $5 on today's episode. Lispy takes Jim Bob to school before empowered woman destroys glass ceiling of principles. Debate, yeah. Or up middle level. Yeah. 9 Zebra says digestion requires some physical substance as an input, which leads to physical outputs. Yeah, the whole thing of digestion, as we observe it, is physical. Like, we can watch it happening, we can watch it not happening. Now, Leo Phileas is saying...
Have you ever watched somebody digest their food? We were like, I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, hooked up to like an X-ray, you'd probably watch it pass through the intestines and into the colon, right? You could watch the process of digestion. Oh wait, I already made this point. Sorry. I thought that would be funny to touch on again.
Well, the only time we watch mind
between those two.
Oh, you just call it that?
Yeah, neuroscientists call it that.
Oh, okay. So the phenomenon you call the brain is a collection of activities.
There are a collection of activities that are referred to as the mind, yes.
Okay, so why is it that they're called something different other than brain activity?
No, that's the activity of the brain that we call the mind, yes.
Yeah, you're just calling it the mind.
That's what we call it, yes. I am.
Why are you...
That's not what
call things. We have words that mean things. Things don't mean words. Okay, yeah, we can safely establish that.
Steam engine or like...
Dude, let me just get it out, dude. Let me get it out.
Jet engine?
It doesn't matter. An engine that has exhaust.
Yeah.
So
okay.
The engine's running.
I remember, we just got past the jet engine thing. This is where we're at. Okay, good.
Would you say the exhaust that you see is an emergent property of the engine?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know where an engine is working, and you see that if it has an exhaust,
so
you're saying...
We've debunked all of this several minutes ago. We'll kick the speed up a little bit.
The smoke itself is an emergent property of the engine, but it's not identical to the engine.
Property of the processes of the engine. Yes, when the engine is running, it produces exhaust, and when it's not running, it doesn't.
Okay, gotcha. But so you're saying
everybody's
the brain itself
wrong. I'm right. I win.
An engine, so to speak, and the exhaust is the mind, right?
See, I would have. That's not a bad analogy, but I think one that's just a little better is that the engine is the engine, and when it's running, it produces horsepower, and the horsepower is the mind.
What? So it's a physical force?
No.
That's what horsepower is. It produces,
yeah, but that's not
produces energy.
The analogy. The analogy is that the mind emerges from the operation of the brain, much like horsepower emerges from the operation of an engine.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, from your view, then if the analogy is true, that the brain...
I just have to, again, point out, that's again, not even truly addressing the analogy, because the horsepower is more like the IQ, right? It's actually assessing, like, the performance, right? Like the performance of the machine rather than the function of the machine itself. Once again, if we're talking about a jet engine, right? The activity that is meant to perform is flight. You have a bunch of physical components that make the jet able to fly, right? The engine is one component of the whole jet, right? The engine can't fly on its own, right? The body of the jet can't fly on its own, but you put the two together and they can fly. And then the horsepower is a measure of how efficiently and how quickly it's able to do the thing, right? But the object was flight, It wasn't horsepower. That wasn't the object of the interaction of the physical function of the machine.
If the analogy is close, at least, that the brain can only produce the outcome it's constrained to produce.
I guess I don't know what you mean.
So if an engine could only produce the horsepower it's constrained to produce, right? And it only produces the effect or results it's constrained to produce by its mechanistic nature.
You mean like the measure of the power? An engine can only produce as much power as it can produce?
And I think I said
like
something about this regarding another argument before, but no. Like, when you're talking about the engine's constraints are placed upon it artificially to prevent the engine itself from burning out, whether you're talking about a motor vehicle or a jet engine or anything else, right? The engine can perform as many repetitions as you want it to under the constraints that you put on it, right? The problem is the components, the physical components of the engine will wear out. So you need to place constraints as to not overburden the engine and destroy it, right? You need to make it efficient in its process.
Its output would be...
and I would say that's just... So
he's just saying the mind is processing power, right? That's all he's saying. Saying the mind is identical to processing power.
What's the word I'm looking for? Holy fuck, there's a metaphysical term for it. And of course I can't think of it. But that an engine of a given size, yeah, it's constricted to only produce so much horsepower. So just
now,
like the brains of a certain structure only produce a mind capable of so much. That's why dog...
Again, Tim Osmond, Spurging in the chat. People are mesmerized by all the questions. No one even knows they are answering the rapid fire. Yeah, you're not really saying anything, dude. It's like you're doing the same thing you're accusing me of, but in just statement form. I'm at least cross-examining something. I'm trying to get to the core of someone's position.
It's not a cross-examination if you never make a statement of fact. You have to make a counterfactual claim, which you never actually do in this engagement. So that's disingenuous.
Physicalism, what a mind is. Now, how are you going to do that without asking questions, you dummy? I don't like questions. You're asking so many questions. To go with $5, neuroscience can all be explained by the brain as interface. Explanation itself is rendered meaningless by the brain as mind. Yeah, it would all be just mechanical things occurring, right? Grump says horsepower is the measure of function of an engine. Yeah, that would mean that engines have that all the minds. There's nothing that ties a mind together because minds are now a particular, which makes sense from this guy's view, who is a nominalist. So in fact, he couldn't really give the standard of what a mind is because there's no universal category called a mind similar to universal horsepower is to engine.
Well, the problem is, and in my opinion, like the problem here is really that he's trying to engage on your level of argumentation, which is flawed, right? Like, so he's actually trying to conform to your biases and not really properly addressing the statements that you're making. I'm not going to call them claims because you're not making factual claims, but you're making statements, propositions about the beliefs of a physicalist, right, under your view, right, which you expect to be defended on the other side. Instead, the other side is trying to conform to your view of physicalism, which is inaccurate, right? So that's the problem.
The mind is never the same for any mind from his view, because they're all particulars. Now, we didn't get into that, but because I was trying to get him to materialize the mind.
Okay, don't have complex languages like us.
Yeah, I understand. So you wouldn't say that the engine produces a false output, right?
Here we go. Makes sense.
Here we go. Right, it's just doing what it does, right?
Yeah, the brain is just doing what it does when it
Right. So if the brain is a mechanism much like an engine, and it could only produce the outcome its nature and mechanistic systems allow it and determine it to do, the question is, how could an output that's completely consistent with the laws of physics be false?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, you have to. If you're going to take a materialist, physicalist position, you can't have an I don't know as the answer to that question. I'll ask the question again for the tip who are listening, who don't listen to anything when it matters. Okay.
You actually can. You can state that you don't know on a wide variety of claims and still be correct about the claims that you know about. Right? I can know a great number of things and not know another number of things, and those two things are not incompatible with one another. That's just incorrect.
Listen to the question. If what he determines the mind to be, which is just a determined output, an outcome from a material process called the brain, which is a lot like an engine, then I asked him, can the output of an engine be true or false? It can't be. It's just a happening in the world. It's an event. It can't be a false event. It's just an event that's consistent with its previous variables. And if under physicalism, the brain is similarly,
it's
this
just a
structure.
Bad fucking analogy. It's a terrible analogy that neither of you ought to have engaged in.
The thing, and then the output he's calling
legitimately
emergent property, which is the horsepower or whatever. there's no right horsepower or wrong horsepower. And then, you know, statements of truth or falsity or doing evaluations, how could it be right or wrong ever if it's a machine?
Is it true or false that the machine achieves flight? It is true that the machine can achieve flight, then it's performed its function. And that's another true claim. The output is incidental.
It does exactly what it's constrained to do.
I'm not saying anything like that, though.
Well, no, you are. Well, I think you are. And
I'm not.
Let me see if you are. Would you say a proposition or an evaluation is an output of the engine called the brain?
Of a sort, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if it is, the same question is posed. If an engine can only produce what it's capable of producing, what's determined to produce by its mechanistic nature, inputs, then I'm asking you, if the brain is analogous with the machine, then a proposition or evaluation is equivalent to the horsepower we're speaking of. No. So how could okay, hold on. How could an output of physics in the brain be true or false?
The output isn't. The content of the output is.
Here we go. This is the best part. I'm surprised he keeps
Actually, this is the part where he starts to get you back on point a little bit, almost.
I'm actually amazed. He says the content of the output. So now there's an engine that has horsepower that spits out something else. So the machine produces horsepower. Horsepower produces content. Follow? Okay, listen. The content?
Again, the content in this case is the cooperation, the function of all of the processes involved, right? Like, so you have the engine, you have the body, right? The engine and the engine probably closer in closer relation to the internal organs of the body, right? So you have the body of the thing, the engine of the thing, and you have the brain of the thing, right? And all of these things interacting with the physical world achieve what? What's the process? Flight, right? Then they produce exhaust as a result, right? The thing that comes out, the waste product, incidental. The thing you're trying to achieve is flight. And all of the mechanisms involved in this process, right, have achieved this ends, which is flight.
Yeah,
but the
evaluations are outputs, but they have content.
No, but that means there needs to be an evaluator of the content, which is another output.
Yeah, that's the person.
That's the person. Yeah. He thinks this is like, he sorted it out. He doesn't understand the problem. He's in a massive cause-effect cycle here. Who is this?
It's
This guy,
not
Leo
a
Filius,
cause-effect question.
doing live. Well, he's doing a premiere of a recorded thing. So get this. From his view, the brain is an engine.
Is live while he's doing a premiere of a recorded thing. So you're critiquing him because he's premiering a video on his channel while also being live to engage with this panel, which is really not your concern, bro.
It produces horsepower, which is an emergent property. He calls that the mind. The mind then produces an output that's determined, called a proposition or an evaluation. And he says, well, no, it's not the output of the evaluation, it's the content of the evaluation. So now he's making this distinction between content and the thing itself. And then I ask him, well,
Right. No, it's the contents of the output, not the contents of the thing itself, right? The thing can contain all kinds of again, you can put all kinds of garbage into the system, right? It's going to disseminate what is nutritious and take that and ideally, if your system is functioning properly, it's going to take the waste product and expel it in a way that is as non-intrusive as possible, right? Think about it that way. Why does the waste product come out the back end, right? In any given mechanism you're talking about. We're trying to leave the waste product behind us and take whatever is useful forward. And that's, it's physically true and also as a matter of psychology.
what's that? He says, well, no, the person. Well, the person under physicalism is the brain, the horsepower, and the output. There's no distinction here.
The brain, the horsepower, and the output. No. This is an incorrect evaluation, right? Given the information that was given to you, whether I agree with it or not, it's still a bad evaluation of the information that was actually provided to you. Doesn't matter if I agree with that information or not. You're just making an incorrect evaluation about that information. So, I don't know what to tell you.
Here. But he gave himself this person. No, that's another output.
Yeah, so?
The output evaluates the content, but it's not the... Listen, I won't even interrupt. Follow this. Watch this.
Evaluations are outputs.
So, you said the evaluation...
But they have content.
No, but that means...
I feel like he's saying everything that is said to him in reverse. Did that register?
Means there needs to be an evaluator of the content, which is another output.
Yeah, that's...
What's that? He says, well, no, the person. Well, the person, under physicalism, is the brain, the horsepower, and the output.
Right.
There's no distinction here.
In each individual, we have all of these mechanisms concerned. There's a distinction between each mechanism, but all of these mechanisms exist within the individual.
But he gave himself this person. No, that's another output.
Yeah, so?
The output evaluates the content, but it's
says
not
the output evaluates the content, but that's not what is said.
I won't even interrupt. Follow this. Watch this.
Evaluations are outputs.
He said evaluations are outputs.
No, but that means there needs to be an evaluator of the content, which is another output.
Yeah, and then he says there's another person, another evaluator for said content, right? Person A takes in content, evaluates, and redistributes content. Person B then takes in, evaluates, and redistributes content. It's a chain, right? Neither of these people individually is correct about the product of the content, right? They're both making independent evaluations, which can then be compared to one another to establish what is true, right? So anything can be true to me independently of another mind. I can say anything is true, and if there is no other mind to disagree with me, then it is true. Right? Because there is no other evaluation of truth. It is only me. If you include another mind, then I have to incorporate whether or not that other mind corroborates what I believe is true, and then you go on ad infinitum as many minds as might exist in the world. Right? And so according to most or all of these minds, we can evaluate content and determine whether or not we agree that it is true. Otherwise, everything is true. Everything is true based on my subjective experience, unless it is challenged by another agent, right?
No, that's another output.
Yeah, so?
So you just said, well, no, the output isn't true or false. It's the content. And I just said, how are you going to evaluate the content? And you said the output.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem.
It's not. No. You evaluate the content, you output the content. Another person disseminates the content, right? That's the step you're missing there is another mental process involved in order to verify or disprove that content, right? They're either going to verify, yes, the apple is red on the tree over there, or they're going to say, no, I see a green apple, I see a green pear in that bush. Right? So they're going to evaluate the content, and it's either going to be identical to yours or not. If there's a discrepancy, you have to evaluate the discrepancy. And once again, it only makes sense in light of another mind to evaluate your claim. Because you can make any claim, and it's going to be obviously true to you unless another person disagrees.
No, I don't. What problem?
That means evaluations can't be true or false. That proves my argument.
Yeah,
you just said the output is
content.
Dude, you said the output isn't the thing that's true or false, it's the content.
Yeah.
I said how does the machine evaluate the content? That's more output.
Yeah.
Yeah, the output can't be
Well,
true or
you
false.
see
It's
how
the
he was
content.
ready for that? He actually mouthed the words output as Leo said it. See if you can catch that.
So
you
It's
just said,
almost
well, no,
like,
the output is.
well, he's obviously reading along because he's got subtitles on here.
True or false? It's the content. And I just said, how are you going to evaluate the content? You said the output.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem.
No, I don't. What problem?
That means evaluations can't be true or false. That
Yeah,
proves
they
my
can.
argument.
Yeah,
You just said
As
the
long as you give
output
them
is
content.
dude. You said the output isn't the thing that's true or false. It's the content.
Yeah.
I said, how does the machine evaluate the content? That's more output.
Yeah.
Yeah, the output
You see
can't.
that? Good night, Cher. Good to see you. Thank you. My mind is in the gutter. Jim Bob's mind is so far up as it's being digested. I'd say I agree with that stat. That is an accurate evaluation of this content.
Be true or false. It's the content. How do you evaluate the content? The output. Premise 1. Outputs aren't true or false. It's the content that's true or false. How do you evaluate whether the content's true or false? The output.
You haven't shown something. You haven't shown a problem there.
It's a contradiction. Yeah, the problem is you have no access to whether it's true or false because you keep going back into.
Yeah, I do. I can evaluate it.
Yeah, that.
It's only because you individually are never going to be the arbiter of truth or falsehood, right? An individual, like I said, any claim subjectively made by any individual is always true all of the time. It can only be registered false by another mind that has an opposing view. It wouldn't make sense without that.
I can evaluate it.
And the fact that they're both outputs is not contradictory. There's no contradiction.
Yes, there is. Oh my God. If an output is only what it's determined to be, and you said the output, your own words, the output isn't the thing that's true or false, right? The content is. Well, the content is there, now a new referent. Now I ask you, well, what's the thing that's evaluating the content? It's another output, right?
You have the same referent, but you have a different perspective, right? A different evaluation on the same referent.
Contradiction.
No, it's not. What's the contradiction?
It's not a contradiction.
Give me the
How do you say this out loud? Watch it and then put it on your journal and call it schooling me. How I mean, forget any pride of like someone saying they're schooling me. How do you live the day? It's such a simple argument. You have to be really educated not to understand. It's wild that he doesn't see that that's a contradiction. Okay, outputs aren't true or false. Outputs evaluate content.
And it's the content that's either true or false.
Yeah, it's the content that's true or false. How do you evaluate the content? An output. He doesn't understand. This is either pure sophistry, or he's actually dumb.
Not the output.
Well,
itself.
no, you have to evaluate the content. Content doesn't determine it's true or false. It doesn't matter what's evaluating it now. That's the end of your
Well,
argument.
that's not what I said. The fact that it has to be evaluated isn't really relevant.
Do you need to hear the contradiction again?
You haven't given a contradiction in the
I
first
did.
place. No,
I did.
You didn't.
It's not contradictory. Both claims can be simultaneously true, right? To the observer. There's always going to be one objective truth, but neither observer can stake claim on that objective truth because both are constrained by whatever mental or physical limitations, right, are imposed upon them, right? So we're both looking at the same object, but I'm looking at it from the vantage of with the sun at my back, and you're looking at it with the sun facing you, right? And let's say, to me, this object is going to be shaded, right? It's probably going to, like, let's say, like the sun is behind me, and I'm looking directly behind me, I'm looking directly at this object. That object will be in the shade. And you standing at another vantage point, right, would not be standing in my shadow necessarily. So that object might be like reflecting sunlight or something. It might be fully illuminated. And we could both be seeing the same phenomenon at the same time, and both of our perspectives are true, and yet they are contradictory to one another. All right, we'll take another short detour here. Welcome to the last days.
Last Sunday was Pentecost, and we've been thinking this week about Acts chapter 2. But if you've been with us on Things Unseen, you'll know we haven't really even scraped the surface of the chapter itself, because we've been really reflecting on some of the more general lessons we can learn from watching and listening to Simon Peter. But today, let's think about that situation. Jerusalem must have been an amazing place at Pentecost. People from all over the world there for the feast, all kinds of colours, facial features, languages, accents. And then around 9 o'clock in the morning, something happens. People hear a strange sound, maybe tornado-like even. And the next thing is that this group of Jesus' disciples are speaking to them in all their own different languages. No wonder they were asking the question, what on earth does this mean? And once again, the spokesman of the little disciple band, Simon Peter, stands up and preaches a sermon. He even has a text from the 2nd chapter of Joel. These events, he says, are exactly what Joel was talking about when he said that in the last days the Spirit of God would be poured out on all flesh, and sons and daughters would prophesy. So, he says, you need to realize this means that the last days have begun. Don't you love it when somebody asks you, do you think we're living in the last days? Because if you know your Bible, you say, yes, we're definitely living in the last days. But people ask that question
for like hundreds of years, though, haven't they?
Now, usually thinking there's global warming, there's conflict all over the world, there's some dictator who might be the Antichrist, maybe the end is near. Will there be a great tribulation? When will Jesus return? Is the resurrection about to take place? Are we living in the last days? But that's not quite how the Bible sees things, is it? Although that last part of the question, when will the resurrection take place, actually brings us to the heart of the matter. Because it's the resurrection that ushers in the last days. And that's what Peter is talking about here. The resurrection has taken place in the resurrection of Jesus. As Paul will later say about the resurrection, Christ's resurrection on Easter Day and his ascension and enthronement has inaugurated the last days. His resurrection that inaugurates the last days is the first fruits of the resurrection that will take place on the final day. The last days, therefore.
So, I mean, basically, if you believe that the resurrection has happened in the timeline that we've established biblically, then we are in the last days. We've been in the last days for like 2,000 years. Still waiting.
Have already begun. Not only so, says Peter, but the outpouring of the Spirit on the day of Pentecost is a visible sign that something has happened that divides history into two ages, the earlier days and the last days. What from the Old Testament point of view was always the future has become the now. Before Pentecost, God's people were looking forwards to the day of resurrection. Now God's people are living in the light of that resurrection. As Paul puts it, the old has passed away, the new has come. A new creation has been inaugurated within the world that's dominated by the old creation. And when we become Christians, we become part of that new creation, although we're still living within the context of the old one, dominated as it is.
Somehow this is easier to listen to than Jim Bob.
It's by the world, the flesh, and the devil. But we're living in the power of the risen Christ. So Pentecost was a monumental occasion, and it leads to a monumentally different way in which Christians see themselves, see the world, and in fact see everything. So if you're a Christian, welcome to the last days. And live today knowing that you belong to the new creation that has been inaugurated in Christ. The old has passed away, the new has come. As Paul says, if anyone is in Christ, then he or she is part of the new creation. When you begin to see your life through the lenses of Pentecost, even with the challenges you face, your life will have a wholly different atmosphere to it. And when that's true of you, then there will be people who will begin to ask, as they asked on the day of Pentecost, what's the explanation for this? And of course, our answer is the same as Simon Peter's. Ultimately, it's Jesus.
Slow clap. Very good, very good. I'm going to just fuck her off my list. Almost 4 hours now. It's amazing, amazing. 2:05 in the AM. The weather is great. I can't complain at all about that. So. Clear skies, warm, sunny weather here. Just north of the Golden Gate Bridge, San Francisco, California. It's May 23rd, a Thursday.
Darth reads first, as in logically prior in terms of your reasoning.
Yeah, you have to have the landscape that the Earth is eons old. Because if the Earth is not eons old...
So you have to have the landscape that the Earth is eons old. He's losing it. He's losing his argument. He's like, the landscape? I mean, atheistic worldview, that's what I meant to say.
1,000 years old, then whatever the atomic state of an isotope that is detected today is, it's only about 6,000 years old.
Well, I would need a justified explanation for not counting.
Okay, listen.
But yeah, I would agree with you. I agree.
An appeal to radiometric isotope dating, which the general public does, and even certain scientific-minded people do, the dirty little secret is it's all based upon circular reasoning.
A fascinating claim to come from a person like Darth. Scientism is based on circular reasoning, but not creationism. No, never. Not ever.
When the scientific or the geological community began to shift, okay, as more and more people simply disregarded a biblical viewpoint for whatever reason, okay, and they decided that the mind of man will through operation of our cognitive faculties, will be able to determine what is, can be, and cannot be. So they disregarded the biblical model, and they adopted that the Earth was old, because they said, well, that's science. But you know what? If you use that reasoning, you have to abandon science. Because the pillars of science cannot be established scientifically. So what I'm trying to...
Would it be possible for me to suspend my reasoning for what the age of the Earth is while I perform these observations? And then reaffirm or deny them after I make my analyses?
Okay, observations are inherently theory or model laden. Every observation that you make is going to be an analysis, and you're going to ruminate based upon certain overlapping models about your world that you have. So all observations and their verbalizations are inherently theory or model laden or paradigm laden. There are no neutral observations anywhere. So there are no neutral scientists out there. People have been led to believe that somebody who's deeply...
On a personal aside, I feel like I'm going through like a process of re-education. Every day I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that, like 2 years ago, yeah, memory hooks are involved or something.
Science is that they're clean as the wind-driven.
I'm in a state of deep time. That's what's happening. It must be all the evolutionary theory catching up with me.
After the facts, right? And they just want facts. They just want to go by the facts. It's simply not the case. All scientists have biases, good and bad, just like you and I have biases.
Wait. No, I want to revisit. That's fun.
Theory or model laden or paradigm laden. There are no neutral observations anywhere. So
it's true. There are no neutral observations, right? Yeah, that's what I was just saying, like a minute ago. Like, we all have a different perspective, right? It's a matter of aligning what we see from those perspectives, right? And then we can try to actually, like, come at it from the other person's perspective. Say, we're standing at a different angle, different position relative to the sun and some object and blah, blah, blah. Like, whatever I was just saying. And it's like, okay, you can't see, what I see. Like, from my vantage, I'm casting a shadow on this object. From your vantage, right, you can still see, the sun shining off of it. Now, if you and I were to trade places, Unless one of us, we're mentally unsound, presumably we would see what the other person had previously seen by shifting perspective, right? Under the same conditions, right? That's how we measure the objective reality. It's like under the same conditions, people who had maybe, differing perspectives at one point in time, right? You could put them in a position to where they could actually observe what the other person had previously observed, right? That's that process of repetition where we can, not only is the process observable, but it's repeatable by other technicians.
Neutral scientists out there.
You don't have to be neutral, right? You have to be rational. It doesn't matter what your biases are. If you're rational, you're going to state that you saw what you saw, and if your brain is functioning properly, it's probably going to be aligned with other properly functioning brains, right? If you're lying to preserve your bias, right, that's a different thing. Deception is a whole separate category of cognitive function.
That somebody who's a deeply committed scientist, that they're clean as the wind-driven snow, and they're just after the facts, right? And they just want the facts. They just want to go by the facts. Simply not the case. All scientists have biases.
Science, like at the in of itself, right? The whole purpose is to account for biases and eliminate biased claims and try to find as many objectively true things as possible. So anybody legitimately engaged in scientific discovery, right, ought to be operating under that capacity. Now, it's not to say that everybody is, but that is the ideal. That each person would take that methodology that I just referred to, where, hey, it may look different for me standing, so far to the east, but if I move to the position that you were just in, I would make the same observation that you had just made. Right? If that were not the case, we'd have to ask why that were not the case. That two people from the same vantage point would have a different observation.
It's good and bad, just like you and I have biases.
And that doesn't occur in the scientific community. Most of the time, more often, it occurs within the religious community. And they're not even observing anything other than a claim made by another person who they can't verify anything with, right? They both are looking at one book and talking about it as if it it's a substantiated claim, right? There's no reason to substantiate the claim for resurrection, except that, multiple people said it happened. But now you have a multitude of people who have studied the same claim and all have different interpretations of it, and none of them can actually match those claims to the source, or match those interpretations to the source of the claim, right? So you have now a third interrupter, right? You have the original claim itself, you have the interpretation of the claim that's been made, and you have the fact that the interpreter cannot interact with the claimant. So there's a disconnect here. You have a source of information, may or may not be reliable. You have two people interpreting the information, and neither of those people have access to the source. So you're playing an elaborate game of telephone, in which the information becomes more and more unreliable the further down the chain you go.
Hey, man.
So the point is this. Starting at around after the Enlightenment, around the middle of the 19th century, even shortly before that, with the rapid development of the sciences, more and more scientists began to disregard a biblical worldview, that they disregarded that the Bible was the Word of God, for whatever reason. And they decided that in the same way we're going to figure out how stuff works, like chemistry and physics, we're going to use the same methodologies to figure out about the past. Right?
Darth, to address his question, I think what he was
What
asking
the fuck did you just say?
can he observe things and come
I don't even think I care to go back. That was just stupid.
No, you
and
can't.
I think your position would be that observations would be meaningless.
Oh wait, no. I do want to go back actually. No, because that.
Same way we're gonna figure out how stuff
So whoever just. No, listen to that person. Whoever actually just elucidated on what Darth is trying to say is actually more concise in their statement than whatever the fuck Darth is doing here. But I don't necessarily agree with any of it, but I want to hear that again.
like chemistry and physics, we're going to use the same methodologies to figure out about the past. Right?
Darth, to address his question, I think what he was asking was, can he observe things and come to an interpretation without the background information of a worldview?
No, you
and I
can't.
think your position would be that.
So if I observe things and interpret them essentially without a bias, right? I don't conform to a worldview and I make the same observation.
Observations would be meaningless without a worldview.
Then, right? So under Darth's view, the observation would be meaningless. And I put in the comment section here that you would have no basis, right? There's no criterion under which to evaluate any observation absent of a worldview, right? You would not look at a thing and say that is moral or immoral based on what? There has to be some input. You have to have a pre-existing bias or worldview in which to evaluate or disseminate any information. Let's look at that one more time.
Figure out how stuff works, like chemistry and physics, we're going to use the same methodologies to figure out about the past.
So we're going to figure out how stuff works, like chemistry and physics, and try to use those same methodologies to figure out things about the past.
Right? Darth, to address his
Like, if we're going to assume that the happenings in the universe are somewhat consistent, right? For at least as long as human beings have been around, the conditions are essentially the same, right? The only difference is our interaction, right? We make things, we build things, etc., right? This is all human interaction, human intervention. It's nothing to do with the pre-existing conditions. The pre-existing conditions on Earth and the universe are exactly the same. The parameters are all the same. So why wouldn't we evaluate anything that happened in the past, in recorded history, and measure it with the same yardstick today, when the parameters and the rules are all identical, and we have no reason to believe that they're not?
I think what he was asking is, can he observe things and come to an interpretation without the background information of a worldview?
So, and he asked, can you observe things and come to an interpretation without the background representation of a worldview? And Darth says no. Darth says you must have a worldview in order to interpret or evaluate anything. Right? But how would you come to have a worldview having not observed and interpreted information that is being brought to you? Now, your worldview may be biased, right? Because those sources of information are directly related to, right? Like, you have a situation, your set of circumstances precondition you towards X bias, right? You grew up in a Christian household. You grew up in an atheist household. You grew up in a poor household. You grew up in a wealthy household. None of these things are under your control, but you observe them, you base your evaluations upon them, and you inform your worldview by them. But if you had observed anything differently, your worldview would have been shaped by that observation. Which is why you see something like the paradox of a wealthy person, a person who grows up in wealth, right? Who observes struggles of the poor and chooses to try to bridge the gap, between prosperity and disparity, right? Because they observe and evaluate that there is some arbitrary distinction there which need not be. And you can see this all over the place. From the Buddha to Prince Harry, people who grow up in privilege, but because of their perspective, because of their observations, they champion those who are economically disadvantaged. Why does that happen? It's not based on the influence, right? If it was just the worldview provided to you in the home, then you would just champion wealth and go with that, right? It's based on the fact that you observed people less fortunate than yourself and made a comparative evaluation. Good morning, Christian Carpenter. Good to see you.
I think your position would be that observations would be meaningless without a worldview by which to interpret them.
So, a lot of scientists today will hold that evolution just happens simply because of physics and chemistry.
I don't think any scientist really says that. They don't say why evolution happens. They just say that we observe it and it does happen. And there's other things we can observe, but they don't make the causation claim. That's a creationist claim. Science doesn't make that claim. There's no scientist that's like, oh yeah, because of physics and chemistry, evolution happened. They're like, oh, we can talk about physics, we can talk about chemistry, we can talk about evolution, we can relate the three branches of science and all the observations and measurements that are made, and they seem to verify each other, and none of those, they reinforce each other, but not one is used to prop the other up. It's not the way it works. They're all used to corroborate, right, the evidence of the thing that is going on that we observe around us.
Mutations and survival of the fittest. No God needed.
I just have to, right there, and it always eats me. Anytime people say survival of the fittest, I just know, and especially in the case of Darth Dawkins, he doesn't know what that means. Most creationists and a lot of evolutionists don't even really understand what survival of the fittest actually means in Darwinian theory, or even sense, or what natural selection means. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, right? Interchangeable ideas do not mean what most people think that they mean, right? It does not mean might makes right. That's not what that means.
Some scientists believe in evolution and they'll pay lip service to God. But there are no neutral observations. All observations and the conclusions are theory-laden by virtue of our model.
And you don't know what theory means, and you don't, your assessment of what constitutes a neutral observation, right? All observations are neutral, right? In relation to the observer, as long as the observer comes in saying, I'm just going to look at what's happening and critically evaluate it, right? I'm trying to set aside my bias. That's the objective, right? But the way that we actually do that is by peer review, and y'all shit all over peer review. I think I saw somebody in Jim Bob's comment section saying peer review doesn't be blah blah blah. No, that's how we do things. We can each make the observation and try to remove as many biases as possible, and we know that it's impossible to remove all bias and predisposition from any individual, which is why every time we do this in the scientific practice and any other, in any methodology that is worried about truth, you give it to other people and let them evaluate it from their perspective and see whether or not they agree, where there are discrepancies, right? But no one individual observer that is sane and rational claims to have some type of, they don't have the singular objective position by which to observe what is true. Nobody claims that. Nobody claims that.
Reality and various overlapping paradigms. And so when it comes to the origin of the cosmos, the nature of the age of the Earth and the universe, this is dictated by people's models of reality.
Jesus fuck. And of course, that obviously goes on for, ever until the end of eternity, which is why it's so fun to watch every time.
You need to hear the contradiction again?
You haven't given a contradiction in the first place. No,
I did.
You didn't.
Okay, you're going to deny this as a contradiction? Premise one.
Let me ask you.
Oh, no, okay.
Like to say, chat. Okay. Looks like we had Christian Carpenter come in. Something changed population over time. Something. I had several of them tell me I'm going to hell because I tried to explain evolution to them. That sounds about right. Evolved from apes. All you apes are going to hell.
You're not going to let me. You're not going to let me.
Under what modality?
Premise one, you
I've been
agreed
going
to.
on for over 4 hours now. 2:30 in the AM. I guess this is the point where I'll make announcements as I did earlier in the stream. But I'm doing this until the cows come home or whatever, and then I'll sleep it off. But fucking moth. I shouldn't fight with the moth. They're part of the natural process. Also, they're attracted to all the light that I'm emanating right now. But if anybody cares to come in and have a chat, we'll open up a StreamYard chat. But other than that, obviously hours of content to continue to evaluate and disseminate. So this is the Apologetics Shit Show. So far we've reviewed Jared Genesis, Darth Dawkins, David Wood, and Jim Bob on this stream. Oh, and I can't remember the dude's name, but we had a little short from Ligonier Ministries in there as well. I just like to get all the worst of the worst of apologetics, because I'm not going for quality, I'm going for quantity here. So I mean, as many hours as I can get of these dudes just getting everything wrong is fine. I don't even have to be right about most things. I could just point and laugh, and it's all good. It's all gravy, bro. Video number 501, and as I stated earlier, I will be relabeling the videos for easier reference back down the line, so that hopefully in a few months I can just reference video number 222 and then give you a timestamp or something, and be able to talk about the various weird and interesting conversations we've had around here over the last couple of years, and I'll be working on stuff like that. But other than that, we're just going to trudge forward and keep fighting the good fight over here at the Trusty Ape channel. And much love to everybody, and thanks for coming. As always, I just do what I do, and I hope that it works out for the best. And if not, it's a natural process. I don't have faith in anything, so I'm not going to say I have faith. But, things just work out the way they work out, and it doesn't really matter. It's all meaningless, and I'm just a clump of, cells.
Outputs
genetic
aren't
material.
True or false thing. Super ambiguous line of questioning? I don't even know. You don't even believe what you're saying. It's not ambiguous. It's very simple, Tim. Which you're just a troll trying to, derail, because if you don't understand what's being asked here, you're just
ambiguous line of questioning. Yes, no, he's not wrong, and again, he's just that's great, because to get attention from Jim Bob, and just to be clear, I've seen people donate a lot of money to get read on these streams, right? They will donate a lot to get their comments read, but all you really have to do is make a subtle jab, and he will react to it, just like this. And I find that most entertaining, because that again, that's just the character of a person, right? He'll entertain a super chat, of course. But he will go on tangent if you say something like this. Super ambiguous line of questioning.
Premise one.
Let me ask you.
Oh, no, okay, you're not. You don't let me. You're not going to let me.
Under what modality?
Premise one, you agreed to, is that outputs aren't the true or false thing. Super ambiguous line of questioning?
And that's not even, okay, so, and again, like, going back to the whole idea of the stream, right? They are evaluating Jim Bob's claims against, what is it? Shit, I can't remember at this point. Right, Jim Bob made a video in which he had a two-premise theory that they're debunking, and then he comes in to try to defend it, except he starts creating a new argument. So now he has a new premise that he's just instantiated, and, you know, so the whole thing right there was just, that was non sequitur, right? That was like, now you've gone from the original argument, you've shifted the goalpost, you make a new argument after lengthy conversation on the original argument, right? Based not upon your own claims, but upon your negation of the presumed claims of your interlocutor, right? You haven't even established that your interlocutor is claiming what you're saying. You're just trying to get them to agree to things that you're saying or disagree with things that you're saying while not making a claim yourself. Make sense? But no, do engage with your side chat. I really want to see this.
I don't even know. You don't even believe what you're saying. It's not
you
ambiguous.
You don't even believe that it's an ambiguous line of questioning. Why would you say that? It's a lie.
Very simple, Tim. Which you're just a troll trying to, you know, derail, because if you don't understand...
him a troll trying to derail under these circumstances. Really? Like, this is your second review that you've already reviewed the stream, and now you're reviewing the stream again because you realize that Leo actually had you over a barrel. Mark actually had you over a barrel, and you had to evade each time, so now you have to go back and try to sidestep every time you evaded the actual argument. Don't you?
And what's being asked here, you're just too dumb at this point.
But
it's
you're
so
just
simple.
too dumb. It's so simple. You must be an idiot. Stupid, dumb, poo-poo head.
No. Leo here says evaluations are not true or false. That means the very thing.
He said what he said. What he said was that the individual evaluation, and I'm trying to reiterate the same point, is not an... If every one of my evaluations were to just be evaluated by me, they would always be true 100% of the time. Every evaluation I make independently of any other entity is always true. It is only in relation to another entity that can say, oh no, I saw that thing differently, or oh yes, I saw the same thing. That's the only way in which I can evaluate what is true. Otherwise, everything is always true as a matter of my observation. Right? Does that make sense to you?
That's evaluating, isn't the true or false thing. It's the content. And then I say, how do you know the content's true or false? And he says, you go back to the evaluation. How is the content anything other than output? It's all output. I was just granting him as much as possible. But you're right. I would say, how would you determine an output from the content if the content's an output? I think I do get to it, though. And the content is, right? Mm-hmm. Okay.
How do you determine the content from an output if the output is the content? Right. What is output if there are no contents? Right? An input must have contents. An output must have contents. Both of these presuppose that there are contents of a thing to be put in and output. Content, right? If there's nothing there, there's no input, no output, there's no nothing, right? They're all dependent on some sort of content.
Outputs are not true or false. The content is, okay? Premise 2.
Right? So you can have true or false content, or good or bad content, however you want to call that, right? Doesn't matter. Same difference. It's either true or false, or it's good or it's bad, but its content goes in is processed, and then is the output of the content that you are evaluating, right? You've already received an input of content which has been processed through a medium that is then evaluated secondarily through another process, right? It's all about taking this information, whatever's put in, and refining it, and then putting it back out there and refining it further. There's a bunch of machines doing the work.
Wait, the content.
What's your response? You
Well,
got, try sending a super chat.
That's a gotcha.
And then he says, try sending a super chat.
Under what
Fucking whore. I'm just going to call it, Jim Bob, you're a fucking whore. And she's just doing OnlyFans already.
He's trying to get into, this is his only, this is what they do. The overly educated
This is what they do. Clip that. 2 minutes and, or 2 hours and 2 minutes and 12 seconds roughly.
Bergs. They need you, for it to be a simple contradiction, right? To just understand what a contradiction is. They need you to subcategorize all of it, right? Because it's their only hope. It's their only chance to not deal with it.
For what modality is it a contradiction?
So you're not admitting.
See, you can't answer because you don't
See,
know.
this is what they do. This is what the philo nerds do. This is the philo nerds do. They know there's a contradiction, and then they go into the subcategories of contradiction. And
I feel like, wait, didn't he just say that? I have to go back, because I feel like he just said that, and he did this earlier. Like, he's reiterating his own arguments in this stream before he makes them in the previous stream, which he is now reviewing for a second time.
The overly educated philospergs, they need you, for it to be a simple contradiction, right? To just understand what a contradiction is. They need you to subcategorize all of it, right? Because it's their only hope. It's their only chance to not deal with it.
For what modality is it a contradiction?
Philospergs, I love that. By reviewing him, is his point being proven? No. I don't think so. I mean, the fact that he remains interesting is only like in light of the fact that he is so sure of himself, and he represents this whole idea that like stupidity propagates more stupidity. Like as sure of yourself as you might be on a particular claim that you can't actually back up through any means other than right doesn't actually legitimize your point. Right, it's the game of I make the rules, so I win. Right, every time. It doesn't matter if you dictate the rules of the game. Every time you'll always win. It's like I was watching another stream where they're like, you can't just change the rules of baseball in the middle of the game. But that's exactly what Darth and Jim Bob do. Every time they're in a debate, they change the rules of the game as they go.
So you're not committing.
See, you can't answer because you don't
See,
know.
this is what they do. This is what the philo nerds do. This is the philo nerds do. They know there's a contradiction, and then they go into the subcategories of contradiction and prop logic and all this stuff. Instead of just admitting there's a contradiction.
If it's a contradiction, it should be a contradiction under some given modality. What is that?
Is it not a contradiction?
Under what modality is it a contradiction?
Under what modality?
No, it's not.
It's
not under any of them.
Basic natural language. Premise 1 states, outputs are not true or false. The content is. I asked you what evaluates the content, and you said an output.
Yep. There's no contradiction there.
Oh, really?
Is evaluating the content.
So Leo's not really conveying this very well, but Jim Bob's just exploiting that. He knows that Leo's getting tripped up on his words, and he's exploiting that fact, right? He's just dishonest. Like, even in the case of Darth, I would say sometimes, maybe in this case, he would actually attempt to steel man the other person. Not most of the time, but, you know, I've seen him do that. I haven't seen Jim Bob do that yet. I have never seen Jim Bob actually try to steel man his opponent's argument in any context, even if it's something he's going to try to tear down.
Outputs can't be true or false, and yet they're the ones making the evaluations.
Making evaluation.
Right, because we're, again, negating the process where there is another input involved, right? You have the input, evaluation, output, re-input, evaluation, output, right? There's a series of evaluations made by different actors in this context, right? Where you're taking the first observation an evaluation made by actor A is being tested by actor B and is either verified or it is disputed. And then you continue this process ad infinitum as many actors as are involved in this particular production.
It's also not true or false. So what's the contradiction?
The contradiction is that the output is going to need to produce another thing called a content. And I asked you, how do you know the content's true? And you go back to the output that produces more content. I mean, you evaluate the content, right? Assumes, in this physicalist view, assumes that there's another output, right?
Yeah.
Now what we're asking is whether or not the new content now is true. Now the real contradiction, like someone mentioned in the chat, the real contradiction to remember from this is that the contradiction is that they're both outputs. Contradiction is outputs can't be true or false. It's the content that's true or false. Now I should have taken the approach.
The content is always true, right? And I cannot stress this enough. I'm going to just repeat myself because that's all these guys do, right? Any independent evaluation that I make is always true, according to my observation, until it is tested critically by another observer, or by myself observing from another perspective, right? But the initial contents of my observation are always true.
Approach someone mentioned in the chat. The approach I need to take in the future on this is, so I'm getting schooled by my chat, not by Leo right now. In the future, the route I'm going to take is I'm going to force them to make a distinction between output and content, and then I'm going to force that they accept that the content is an output. So, if the contradiction is simple, it's outputs aren't true or false. It's the content of the output. Is the content an output? Yes. Done. Or false, right?
What new content?
Okay. The new content that's evaluating the previous content. Yeah, it's just monism.
What new
It's all a
content?
machine.
I'm so confused.
You are confused.
Yes,
Output,
I am confused.
Okay, yeah, let me clarify it for you. Output, you said, isn't the true or false thing. The content of the output is what's true or false. I asked you, how do we evaluate the content now? You said more outputs. Well, if those outputs can't be true or false, then it's content evaluating content, right?
No, outputs evaluating the content of another output.
You just said outputs can't be true or false.
That's right.
It's the content. So how do you know the evaluation itself is valid, a valid evaluation?
Because both observers would make the same evaluation, right? You can corroborate that the same thing is true, that there is a red apple on the tree over yonder, right? And if the other person agrees there is a red apple on the tree over yonder, then we are in agreement that it is true. If the other observer says, no, that is a green pear over there, then we have a discrepancy. Then we have to reevaluate, maybe get a third person. Good to see you, Viking Silverwolf. Well, good morning.
Point. The content needs to be evaluated. But they're both outputs.
Not all outputs contain content.
Now this is
How
content.
can an output determine what's true or false if you just said if it can't?
Evaluation.
That's what the output is.
Yeah.
Yeah, output.
Yeah.
I know that. That's
Yeah,
how
you know that. You're in
evaluation,
trouble.
because that's
Yeah. The output
Rose
is the
painted
evaluation
glasses.
you're saying.
What if I've got, oh shit. My bar spilled habanero hot sauce on my dick. Not my actual dick, sorry. I forgot what I was gonna say. That threw me off. Okay, good. I missed. But what if they were weed tainted shades? I don't know. Something like that.
Well, actually, the output is the mind. The mind.
Oh, the mind. Yeah.
Evaluation.
Yeah. What's the content if it's not the mind?
A mind is an output of the brain.
That's correct.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying that output 2 can evaluate the content.
Wait,
of output.
whoa. What did you just say? I feel like Leo is conceding to a lot of things he should not concede on, just in order to further the conversation here, which I understand because I've done the same thing myself.
But determine what's true or false if you just said it can't. If it can't.
The evaluation.
That's what the output is.
Yeah.
Yeah, output. Yeah,
I know that. That's
yeah,
how
you know that. You're in
evaluation,
trouble.
because that's
The output is the evaluation. You're saying.
well, actually, the output is the mind. The mind.
Oh, the mind. Yeah.
Evaluation.
Yeah. What's the content if it's not the mind? A mind is an output of the brain.
That's correct.
He says, what is the content if not the mind? And then the mind is the output of the brain. The content is not identical to the mind. The content, right, is the evaluation. You put information into a brain, it evaluates it through a mental process, then reiterates it, right? Reproduces it and as an output, right? You have to input data, output, right? And then, what's the second thing he said?
Now this is how can an output determine what's true or false if you just said it can't? If it can't.
The evaluation.
That's what the output is.
Yeah.
Yeah, output. Yeah,
I know that. That's
yeah,
how
you know that. You're in trouble.
That's
yeah. The output is the evaluation. You're saying.
You're in trouble, sir. The output itself is the output, right? You get input information, you make an evaluation. You output your evaluation.
What is the mind? The mind.
Oh, the mind. Yeah.
Evaluation.
Yeah. What's the content if it's not the mind? A mind is an output of the brain.
And then he says, the mind is an output of the brain. No. The mind is a process facilitated by the interaction of the brain and the body, the physical senses of the world around it, which is how you engage with any type of information you're talking about. Whether it's things you observe, things that you learn, right? All of these are facilitated by an interaction between all of your physical parts, right? And a mental process that is used to evaluate the construct of the world around you.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying that output 2 can evaluate the content of output 1, and there's no contradiction there.
Yes.
You just said outputs can't be true or false. So if you say if there's an evaluation,
any individual output is not in of itself true or false. All individual outputs are true. Any initial evaluation made about an observation will be true until it is contradicted or counteracted by another observer or another point of observation, even by the same observer.
And the evaluation itself has to be, there has to be something valid about the evaluation, right? Even before you describe it. But
no,
I mean, this is...
No. The observation in of itself is valid, right? Every claim that is made is valid internally. Even if you're hallucinating, it's still real as a matter of your experience. You're only calling it true or false in relation to the experience that other people can either confirm your experience or have a different experience in the same context.
Circle of this stuff is insane. What's up, Gnostic Informant? Did you just mention something? Yo, Jimba, Prophet of Zod is covering you right now. Oh, sweet.
He puts it up on the thing and he's like, did you just mention something? Oh, Prophet of Zod is covering you right now.
That's way better than this shit. Thank God. There is, proof of God. Proof of God. Oh, gosh. Prophet of Zod. Thank Zod.
Is that proof of God? Thank Zod. Blasphemy.
Thank Zod.
But, if you want to get down to the heart of the matter.
Common knowledge now.
So I guess the thing this guy likes to do is paraphrase atheist positions through this cartoon character he drew.
That's right.
That is meant to look like his idea of some weird atheist fanboy.
That's great.
Boy.
At least that's the first time someone just kind of gave back what I'm doing without adding anything. Thank you, Prophet of Zod.
Which is dumb. Like, I wouldn't even entertain acknowledging that, but, you know, okay, cool, fine.
Thank you for just saying what it is and not adding anything else to it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
So let's indulge him and take a look, huh?
This guy is a real player, not a bench warmer. Wouldn't it also be data in a device? The same, yeah, I mean, it's same shit, different, yeah. We're speaking the same language. Why not just say non-physical as well? Well, he's straying away from that, right? Because all he's arguing against is pure physicalism, right? Which pure physicalism as a thing doesn't really exist because any physicalist worth his weight in salt doesn't actually contend that there are no non-physical happenings, right? Just physicalists don't claim that. They just say that anything that happens paraphysically, I guess I would use the word paraphysically, right? If it is not a physical function of the universe, it arises as a result of physical functions, generally an interaction of physical functions. Oh, yeah. You didn't know Silverwolf was a Viking? Well, now you know.
Now, of course, there's the basic stuff, like he's holding a copy of Origin Species like a Bible, has a weird, edgy, godless poster, keeps a bottle of lotion and a Kleenex on his desk. Not going to explain that one for you. And has pictures of atheists on his wall. 2 of whom are horsemen, so I guess just make sure to give your stereotypes back to 2010 when you're done borrowing them.
It's so dense. Every single image has so many things going on.
But then we have colorful unicorns, which I guess is supposed to imply he's wimpy or LGBTQ affirming.
That's right.
Not sure.
Mostly.
Also, of course, not saying those are adjacent ideas, just trying to suss out what Christian stereotypes we're looking at.
That's right.
Also, he has band-aids on his arm, which I guess is...
He said 2 of 4. I see Dillahunty and Harris. Dillahunty wasn't one of the 4 horsemen.
Supposed to be Jim Bob mocking people who get vaccines, so...
Well, not all, but
all right.
I mean...
This picture just says more and more about what's in Jim Bob's mind the longer
Maybe
you
it's
look at it.
behind his head. The other picture.
So dense.
Well, I gotta say, by seeing all those things, he
It's probably,
is
I'm
admitting
guessing it's Dawkins.
acknowledging
I forgot, I
how
haven't watched one
powerful
of
an
his,
image can be.
Things in a while, but yeah, I think that's Dawkins on the other guy.
Single image has so many things going on.
But the problem is, I mean, aside from the obvious, that if you look at this too long, you start to notice how bad the art in general is.
Oh.
Like no keys on the laptop.
Oh, you need keys on the laptop?
And if the clock is reading 6:50, why is the hour hand so close to the 6 instead of the 7?
Really?
He's like critiquing your artwork. He's gonna get mad about it. That's pretty funny.
How do you even sit at that desk?
Really?
Why is this lamp creating a bright spot off to the side where it's shaded? It's
so dense.
Now, this is clearly meant to be derogatory, and of course we're going to want to be on guard against strawmanning in case, you know, that's what he has this intentionally unflattering character do.
What? Let's get to the...
In this case, he has a character...
He's praising him a minute ago for acknowledging the satire, and now he's like, what? What do you mean there's... That was pretty funny. I like that.
To say that all our thoughts and actions are caused by physics and chemistry.
It's a weird
which is
flex,
maybe
right? But yeah, it's like, yeah, maybe maybe his graphic design skills need some work. You know, you'd focus on that a little bit. It's a lot of work to go through to have those minor discrepancies, though, if you think about it.
Technically true in the sense that they arise from physical processes.
How close is his script to his eyes?
But I have a feeling he might simplify this idea to make atheism sound untenable.
Well, no. I'm using atheism as an umbrella.
It's funny because earlier, right, in the debate, he's reviewed now twice, right? Mind you, he's already reviewed this twice and been critical of other people who have accused him of being scripted. But now that Zod's criticizing his artwork, he's gonna be critical of Zod potentially having a script here for this video. So, double standards, maybe.
As basically clickbait for atheists to engage with the video, which is a smart thing to do, and it's something atheists do with Christians. They say Christianity thinks this. Well, even though you all know that there are different variations of what's called Christianity, and there's disagreement in what's called proper Christianity. But yet we don't say, if we spent that much time bogging you down in the most uncharitable way, I mean, I don't know what else to do.
That is literally what you do. It's called a no true Scotsman fallacy. Like, right?
So let's see if he does that.
Using atheism as an umbrella, as basically clickbait for atheists to engage with the video, which is a smart thing to do, and it's something atheists do with Christians. They say Christianity thinks this. Well, even though you all know that there are different variations of what's called Christianity, and there's disagreement in what's called proper Christianity, but yet we don't say, if we spent that much time bogging you down in the most uncharitable way.
You do. That's all you do. Is this guy fucking for real?
I don't know what else to do.
So let's see if he does that.
Holy
well, in this video,
shit. That's just cognitive dissonance right there. You don't have to teach atheism to kids. That would be weird. Oh, you don't teach kids. Like, I don't think you should teach kids, like, any system of belief. When my kids asked me about God, I said, and what I said was, I don't know. I don't believe because of X, but I didn't try to influence their beliefs. I told them what I believed and what I didn't believe, and I told them why I didn't believe certain things, right? Mainly why I don't believe certain things. But if you can overcome these obstacles, right? It's been a number of years ago, right? Then tell me about it. But I'm not going to sit here and just say I don't know, right? That would be dishonest. Be like, there are claims that I disagree with, but I still don't have all the answers, right? That's a pretty honest claim. That's not what theists tell their kids, though. Theists tell their kids, by and large, all the answers are in this book. If you adhere to this system, then you will always be correct. And that's why theists grow up being so sure of themselves. If they are raised within that household, they come out of it because it has been reinforced by their parents, by church members, by their community, right? It has been reinforced by all the people around them. So, of course, a child is going to grow up with confidence in that belief system, even if that belief system is total bullshit. It's just that atheists don't actually do that. Like, most atheists don't sit there and make the positive claim. So you don't get instilled with this sense of confidence that you have the answers. All you're told is that I'm skeptical of a lot of things, and we need to do more research. And that can be pretty harrowing for a kid.
Going to give you a fatal argument against this position, and I do mean fatal.
That's right. I'm sure that's what you mean. But the problem is that Christians, even down to the most basic pew sitter, have an unfortunate way of jumping straight to this kind of excessive confidence in their position.
Pew sitter. I'm your basic pew sitter.
Listen to it first.
So I guess the question is, can this guy actually deliver the goods?
Nope.
Welcome to Arguments Against Atheism, a series that aims to provide clear and simple arguments against common atheist positions. I'm Jim Bob, and I'm here to deliver the goods.
Oh, so he is going to deliver the goods.
Yeah.
This should be good.
First, I should clarify.
Good
Not
morning,
everyone.
Christian Carpenter. Good to see you again. And it looks like Zod's going to point this out. I don't know how old this is. I was going to say, either he needs to... Looks like he had some product in his hair or something. I think you should do that again. It's a good look.
Who is an atheist believes that... By the way, this is a danger of keying out your background. If you have any unkept hairstyle... Oh, stop. My hair is wild and awesome, and the only person who needs to like it is my wife, and she loves it. So I don't know why would you even care, dude? What are you, some sort of gay? Matter exists, and only matter exists. Nor does every atheist necessarily defend hard determinism. However, these are common positions taken by atheists. Well, atheism is just like...
some sort of gay? Critiquing my hairstyle. My hair is wild and unkempt. Not today, it's not. Not today, Jim Bob.
The position that holds, like, there's no belief in a God. Like, what are you even talking about?
Cool, so even when he has this character say something correct, he makes sure he says it in the most doofy way possible.
What's wrong with that? Who cares?
Annoying, but whatever, I guess.
Well, yes, and many of you come to that position based on the assumption that physicality is all there is. So let's examine the assumption.
So he's just right at the edge of a good point here. Atheism is technically just disbelief in a god.
No, it's not. That's just wrong.
I think I'll mix in hell and jail, give him a real scare.
That's not. No. You can't have the technical disbelief in anything without assuming an epistemic standard, okay? Simple. So therefore, what you just said is not true.
You can't have the technical disbelief in anything without assuming an epistemic standard? Wait, there's something wrong with that. Right? The epistemic standard, right? Epistemology is the process by which you establish a belief. So if you do not have if you disbelieve a thing, right, you obviously have not gone through the process of establishing and reinforcing that belief epistemically. So it's like if somebody comes to me today and tells me that robot squirrels are running the government, I have no prior knowledge, no reason to accept that claim, right? So the epistemic standard is the fact that I've never heard of or had a reason to believe that robot squirrels are running the government or that robot squirrels even exist, right? If I had heard all my life that robot squirrels existed, right, I would have the epistemic claim that, oh yeah, since I was a kid, they told me there were robot squirrels out there, and now you've confirmed my suspicion that they are running the government, right? Suddenly I have there's epistemology behind my system of belief here. Right? But if you just run up to me and start making those claims, and there's nothing behind to back it up, right? That's the way this works. So I don't understand. Disbelief doesn't require an epistemic. What?
It can't be true. It's impossible. It's logically impossible to be true.
No,
but it does overlap.
I have no reason to believe it's true. I've never seen any example of this in reality.
With and stem from a mindset of trying to rationally understand the world as it presents itself.
Oh, you mean it stems from something that's not atheism? You just contradicted yourself. Atheism is technically just a position on the denial of a God, but it's also connected to this other thing called a wide variety of previous assumptions.
Basically methodological naturalism. This is literally, and I mean literally, the only way to intelligently operate within the universe while reaching reliable conclusions about it.
What?
Anything else will involve some form of superstition or religious presupposition which, are inherently unreliable. So technically, yes, you can be an atheist and believe in ghosts, for example. But if you do, it seems like you stumbled onto disbelief in God without really understanding the rational mindset that should have gotten you there, and then turned around and responded with credulity to another supernatural claim.
Yeah, that's spiritual atheism. It's like there's no reason to disbelieve supernatural entities, but then believe in the metaphysical spirits, right? Doesn't logically follow. You'd have to have some other reason. Like, it's probably a personal bias thing, right? You just want to believe that people live beyond physical death, right? You just kind of want to believe, but you don't have any evidence to support that claim. You don't have any examples of that in the real world. But you do have a myriad of other people making the same claims, regardless of their religious conviction.
Anyway, rational naturalistic thinking is the core mindset I'm more identified with, and disbelief in God is just one incidental conclusion.
I'm in his chat right now.
You're in his chat right now, but timestamp, because you just went way back into the video, right? It's in your heart now. Doc says no. Oh, wait. What did I miss? I've heard some people are atheistic towards religious-based Jesus. Most people probably are. Might be true if aliens were real. I'm more inclined to believe in aliens than supernatural deities, I'll stick to my God who isn't there, to be honest. It'd be less weird. But what about the claim that God is an alien dude who lives on Kolar, something like that? Excuse me, Saad. This is Jim Bob. I'm, 40 minutes behind in your side chat, but I just wanted to ask you about this. Just challenge the motherfucker to a debate.
See if I get banned.
It's just the one that I identify with more.
I don't think Prophet Zod would ban him. I'd be interested to see how that argument went. But no, I don't see Zod doing that.
In our social context, because, it's kind of a big thing in our society. It seems like this connection between atheism and naturalism is the very point Jim Bob's making here.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't really seem to understand the nature of that connection or why it's a good thing.
A good thing? What are you talking about? Nobody's talking about good claims here, okay? This is poisoning the well. There's nothing in the video about a good thing or a bad thing.
His core mistake is when he says that we assume physical reality is all that exists. But we don't say that we know it's all there is, like, anywhere.
Okay, no,
it's just
so
that it's
to be
all
fair, as he did in the other conversation, right, with Speed, and so he's conflating the idea of truth with the idea of good, and the idea of untruth or falsity with the idea of bad, right? He did that very clearly when he was debating with Leophilius. He equivocates truth to good and false to bad. That's Jim Bob's, that is his shtick.
We've seen so far.
No, that's not that's not even true. That assumes that anything that exists must be something you look at, right? Well, no. We accept knowledge exists. We didn't see it physically. We accept information exists. We didn't interact with information as physical objects. And these people are so...
We don't interact with... What are you talking about? Information as physical objects? No. We interpret information about the physical world using a mental process, right? Why is this so difficult to grasp, right? If there were no mental process, we would have no observation of physical world, no evaluation of any claim, right? There's a table, physical object. Mental process identifies table, right, in relation to this physical body, right? My brain sits here, it's attached to a hand that touches a table, existing in physical space, in reality, right? Does any of this register? No.
Limited in their approach. They don't even realize how much they're assuming when they do their own critiques.
In fact, that's what the term physical reality refers to. It's just a summation of what we've discovered and everything about how the universe seems to work based on our observations at this point. And the only intelligent way to keep interacting with the universe is to, assume that what's worked here, here, and here is going to be what works over here, at least until we see otherwise. Now, we'll definitely find things that break our expectations. That's what scientific...
His whole counter, before I even make the argument, by the way, he's poisoning the well. He's poisoning the well. Instead of just looking at what the argument is, he's poisoning the well and doing framework, right? So his framework is, his whole critique right now is under the guise that naturalism is true. It's a presupposition rolling, right? Hume is rolling his grave, exactly. Yes. Yeah. Yep. He's rolling his grave. I mean, that's it.
The inquiry is all about. But once we learn that, then we'll incorporate that into our new understanding of the universe and move on from there. It's a never-ending growing process. This isn't about us assuming that physical reality is all there could be philosophically everywhere in any point in space.
Yes, it is. Your standard for determining what seems to be the case about reality is reduced to physicalism and what's found in nature.
So to help understand this, just...
I have to admit, it's more fun to just watch. Actually trying to argue with this guy in circles is a little frustrating. But hey, it's a challenge. I like a challenge, so I'm still entertained. Let's see where we at. 3:10 in the AM.
Earth rings first, as in logically prior in terms of your reasoning.
Yeah, you have to have the landscape that the Earth is eons old. Because if the Earth is not eons old and it's only 6,000 years old, then whatever the atomic state of an isotope that is detected today is, it's only about 6,000 years old.
Well, I would need a justified explanation for not counting.
Okay, listen.
But yeah, I would agree. I would agree with you. I agree.
An appeal to radiometric isotope dating, which the general public does, and even certain scientific-minded people do. The dirty little secret is it's all based upon circular reasoning.
No, it's not really even a secret. Like with radiometric isotope dating, it's just one facet of the process that verifies many other. Like, it is one method amongst a variety of methods by which we can date materials, and they all corroborate, they all coalesce with each other. We get out the same
people in the
data.
scientific or the geological community began to shift, okay, as more and more people simply disregarded a biblical viewpoint for whatever reason, okay?
It's not for whatever reason. It's because they realized over time, through the process of scientific discovery, that more and more of the shit was undefensible, right? There were things in the Bible, in the text, in the narrative, that they simply could not defend against the findings of legitimate scientific inquiry. So they abandoned them, as any good scientist would do. You say, oh, that's a bad idea. It doesn't align with any of the new discoveries we've made. We should abandon that bad idea. It's an old idea, and it's mistaken, and we can just leave it.
Mind of man will through operation of our cognitive faculties, will be able to determine what is, can be, and cannot be. So they disregarded the biblical.
Is that what he said? Do the man? Of course it is. That's to the mind of man. What?
People in the scientific or the geological community began to shift, okay, as more and more people simply disregarded a biblical viewpoint for whatever reason.
For whatever reason.
And they decided that the mind of man will through operation of our cognitive faculties, will be able to determine what is, can be, and cannot be.
That's what we've always done. That's the way we've always operated. I don't know in what universe you think it was never the mind of man disseminating information. Even if God was communicating directly with a person, it's still through the intermediary of the mind of a man.
So they disregarded the biblical model.
Even if, and I'm saying for the sake of argument, you're still talking about the interpretation of a mental process occurring in physical space.
And they adopted that the earth was old because they said, well, that's science. But you know what? If you use that reasoning, you have to abandon science. Because the pillars of science cannot be established scientifically.
What the fuck does that mean? The pillars of science cannot be established scientifically? I'm pretty sure... the pillars of science... Oh. You don't use science to establish science scientifically. That's not right. There's something very wrong here.
So what
would it be possible for me to suspend my reasoning for what the age of the Earth is while I perform these observations?
You could, but then you might be contradicting the Bible.
And then reaffirm or deny them after I make my analyses?
Okay, observations are inherently theory or model laden.
Observations are inherently theory or model laden. No, observations are based on direct experience and interaction, sir. Any theory or model, right, is going to come as secondarily to a direct observation. If I get hit in the face, right, I'm not theorizing or modeling getting hit in the face. I am observing a fist meeting my forehead, right? I theorize and I model the situation after the event occurs, right? You don't understand how that works. Like, if you witness a bird flying by, the second you begin to theorize, right? The second you process the fact that that bird is flown by, that's already like 2 seconds in the past, right? By the time your brain has registered it, the thing's over and done with. And then you create theories or models after the fact of the observation, not prior to.
Every observation that you make is going to be an analysis, and you're going to ruminate based upon certain overlapping models about your world that you have. So all observations...
Okay, right. You'll have an analysis of the event occurring, and then you may have a prior model in your mind, which you would compare that observation to. But if that observation is directly in contradiction to whatever model or theory you already have in place, right, then you have to reevaluate the model or the observation or both, right? You're going to try to make the two things fit together, right? You're not just going to say, right, if I've never seen the color blue and I see a blue bird fly by and I'm like, whoa, I've seen a lot of blackbirds. Maybe it was a blackbird, right? And then I'm introduced to the color blue and I have to reevaluate what I saw because I know that bird that I saw wasn't black. I've seen a lot of black stuff, in my time. So my model, my theory here is incorrect. It's obviously not like a really lightly colored blackbird. Now I've got this new introduction of this color called blue. So I could say that was a blue bird. And I will reevaluate my whole model and the observation that I've made based on new knowledge, right? Without the knowledge, I'm just, everything is guesswork.
And their verbalizations are inherently theory or model laden or paradigm laden. There are no neutral observations anywhere.
I don't even know what that means. A neutral no, every observation, right? From any point, space and time, in space and time, any observation is going to be made from a particular perspective. Is it going to be neutral? Neutral by what standards? It is neutral to the observer, right? They can only observe from their perspective, right? Once again, if you were to go back and test that thing, like, it's a repeated happening, I can go and stand in the same spot and watch the sunrise, but, I can watch it from the, facing in any direction, north, southwest, whatever, right? And I can go and test the observation on multiple occasions from different perspectives. You quantify, right? All of those different, and I could say, I can observe that the sun always rises in the same place from my perspective if I'm facing in a certain direction. And then I could say, the sun always rises from the same place behind me if I am facing in the opposing direction, right? Two models, it's the same information being processed by the same mind from a different perspective. Now apply that to a bunch of other minds.
So there are no neutral scientists out there. People have been led to believe that somebody who's a deeply committed scientist is that they're clean as the wind-driven snow, and they're just after the facts, right? And they just want facts. They just want to go by the facts. Simply not the case. All scientists have biases, good and bad, just like you and I have biases, good and bad. Okay?
Hey, man.
So the point is this.
You say, okay,
Starting
man.
And around after the Enlightenment, around the middle of the 19th century, even shortly before that, with the rapid development of the sciences, more and more scientists began to disregard a biblical worldview, that they disregarded that the Bible was the Word of God, for whatever reason. And they decided that in the same way we're going to figure out how stuff works, like chemistry and physics, we're going to use the same methodologies to figure out about the past.
Bro Joe, good to see you. Can the real Christian please stand up? Please stand up. Todd, you getting hungry? Is it really poisoning the well, though? Not really. We always got it from the odds. Video volume's low. Yeah, it's just that video. Sorry about that. Shit, going on 5 hours now. So, probably drop it while it's hot. Yeah, I don't. They did something. It's because of the way they're clipping these. But I do recommend just check out Breaking Taboos for more content like that. It's fun stuff. I'm just a hot mess this morning. 3:22 in the a.m. Hope y'all are having a lovely morning. Why stand if taking a shit?